Hey everyone, welcome to Lakeside Legendz, a community of fantasy storytelling. This is Chronicles of Ravira, a homebrew Dungeons & Dragons TTRPG with me, your DM, Cole Wolfrun. Just a couple announcements. Aether Realm streams Monday at 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Our community Discord, Lakeside Legendz, is open. Join for the memes, the art, cosplay, and storytelling, and just a lot of fun in general. And we'll be right back after the opening video. Welcome back, everyone. On our previous episode, a lot went down. First, our very handsome, dashing man with the beautiful head of hair, Cullen, joined us, even though he hid his hair, and was like, "No, you can't see it."
Don't look.
And with that, we also had some, not really any discoveries, except for Karina discovering that the sword she thought had been passed to her sister was in the possession of the High Seeker, who he immediately forced it upon her, telling her it was her responsibility. And 39 killed a bunch of people, as she does, because that is what 39 do.
I think we're skipping over the fact that most of us nearly died, too.
Also,
there was a lot of other people traumatized.
It's true.
First person she's ever killed. She killed him twice.
I love her so much.
We call that a double tap.
Also, they did defeat a young blue dragon, and then Kylan also defeated an adult blue dragon on his own, but nearly died and was getting worse the more he was healed, until Felicity and a few other clerics cured him of this ailment. An ailment Cullen recognized very, very much.
I died from it.
Yes, he did.
Personal recognition.
And so, and then Karaku came back from talking with someone with blood all over his knife. So, and Nyx became a T-Rex. That was
like my favorite part.
That was their moment last episode. It's like, rah, I'm a T-Rex.
So
T-Nix.
Bit of man in half.
No trauma, just T-Rexes here.
We
For now.
T-Rex
needs to
is
be a
all the way
t-shirt.
down.
That needs to be. No
trauma,
trauma, just
just
T-Rexes.
with T-Rex Nyx on as the art.
Get Cindy on it.
And Felicity got to witness her sister be very upset and distraught. It was not good for Felicity.
At least she's alive.
39 had to kill one of her other counterparts.
Who
Who really killed herself. She kind of blew herself up and also nearly killed the whole party. And Cullen basically single-handedly defeated the young blue dragon.
We love ourselves a good barbarian.
Kaz helped a little. Oh, and Kaz has also got a disease now, so...
Blightfang.
So as we come back to this episode... You guys still love me, right?
We'll see.
Depends what you do.
We'll see
in
how
the next
this
20
session
minutes.
goes.
I was gonna say, we got a whole episode still.
You guys, because we walk back in the door, and where we left off, Karaku's still sitting there cleaning his knife.
Quick
Yes,
clarification
39.
for myself. Where was Kaz supposed to be? Is he back where they were healing, or is he at the
Yes.
hotel? He's back where they were healing, not at the
Yes.
hotel.
Yes.
Okay, so 39 stayed behind. She is not there. Okay.
Okay. 39 stayed behind with Kaz. Everyone else moved along. Karina still clutching the massive sword to her chest that was thrust upon her. And Karaku, take it away. He's cleaning his knife.
So, obviously, Is everyone okay?
I'm looking at him.
It's a good answer.
The ones here are.
Well, I've been doing some digging. I think we have things to discuss. But right now might not be the best time.
Do you think we'll be able to rest for the night without worry?
I don't ask you to rest without worry. But I do ask you to rest.
No, I mean, are we being followed? Do we need to worry about such things?
I live in a constant fear of being followed. But I believe we are safe for tonight. If it would do better for your conscience, then we can certainly move to a more secure location. But for right now, I think it is best we rest.
Yes.
And I should probably get cleaned up.
Yeah,
Lionel,
probably for the best.
the young lad behind the counter, just looks up at Cullen and goes, "Do you need a room?"
No.
Okay. He looks at Nyx. Did I give you a room already?
No,
We got
but
her a
I'm-
key, or them a key, I believe, didn't we?
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he gives a duplicate key and says, "Turn this key in the lock and it'll change to whatever you want it to."
All right. Thank you.
He doesn't do that. He just goes,
Might
A few
be.
words.
he's just
Might be
always
wise to
constantly
not-
tired.
Might be best to not sleep alone tonight.
What do you mean?
We've all been through some things. Companionship is not the worst remedy to alleviate worry and stress.
Felicity kind of slightly narrows her eyes at him, like she's not quite sure what type of companionship he's
Not
referring
with-
to.
Not with me.
That's
You
not.
and Karina and Nyx maybe should spend the evening together.
And you by yourself?
Well, Colin's invited, but if he would prefer solitude, I don't blame him.
I don't sleep.
In which
Okay.
case, that raises some questions.
Yeah, a 7-foot tall man who doesn't sleep.
I
Interesting.
have a feeling I've raised a few questions about myself tonight.
Just a few.
I'm sure.
We've all raised quite a few questions.
But our best solution to that first would be rest, though. And Cole, is it what time of day are we looking at? Are we?
So the events of the day, we'll say the actual battle and stuff ended at about 3-4 p.m. But then everything that happened after with Kylan and Gideon and all that probably took several hours of in-game time. So it's probably about 9:30 p.m. at this point.
We close to sunset?
The sun has already set.
Okay. All right. Well,
I know that I'm a bit of a stranger with your group, and the events of today have certainly put a lot of stress on us. If there are questions you have for me, as it seems like I may be sticking with you for a wee bit, you're welcome to ask them.
Maybe not in the tavern.
Are there other people in the tavern? Is it?
But y'all
like
aren't in the tavern. Y'all are in the inn portion.
That's
the
right.
tavern.
Yeah.
The tavern is
Yeah.
literally. But the
Oh.
tavern is literally like 10 feet across the street, basically.
Okay.
It's 3 buildings in like a big clump. And it's basically like the door to the inn, the door to the tavern, and then the door to the store are all
I
like
hear you.
boop, boop, boop. But the only other person in here is Lionel. And he's
I give Lionel a side eye.
dude, you wouldn't believe the stuff I hear.
I
would.
assure you, I would.
regardless, I think we might be best to, if there are questions, take this to a room.
Works for me.
Sure.
Is Karina with us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just making sure.
Would any before you all head up, would anybody like drinks?
I'm not heading up.
A no is perfectly acceptable answer.
Sure.
Are you not sleeping here tonight?
I will be sleeping here tonight, but I was going to pick up drinks. If
Uh,
anybody would wish.
I don't
I
know
mean-
where I'm sleeping yet.
We'll pan back to 39 real quick. 39, you're outside Kaz's door, and Ada is also waiting with you. She's basically, in the time y'all were off, she grew quite an attachment to the young lad, as she was basically babysitting him. And Koragar has gone off to... I'm not going to say what he's doing yet. But Ada and you guys are hearing Kaz make a lot of he's yelling a lot. He's in pain. And Ada is getting very agitated. She's twiddling an arrow between her fingers, and like she stops, and then the chef gets here and she just clenches it and like snaps the arrow, and she's like clearly a very stressed pregnant woman right now. And she is just she looks at you and she goes, "You can go be with your friends. I'll be here. The boy will be fine."
I promised Felicity I would watch over him for at least the 4 hours I meditate.
Fair enough. At that moment, you see Kylan hobble out of his room where he's being cared for, and he starts walking down the hall. And Ada's like, "No," and he's like, "I'm going." And they're
Do I
kind of
know what they're talking about?
you have no
Going
idea because
where?
they're talking back and forth about something. He's like, "He needs someone to do it. I'm going to do it. He's not going to send Hector to do that." And he starts walking. She's putting a hand on his chest, and you see, like, he's got a huge scalp, like, burn on the side of his head now, and his whole body is just viscerally burned. And she forces him back into his room, and then just stands there, huffs, and then looks at you and just goes, "Well, we both have, people to corral, it seems."
So it seems. What would the High Seeker not send Hector to do?
Well, that's the thing. He's going to send him to do something he's not strong enough to do.
What is that?
She kind of looks at you. She looks you up and down, and she's like, "Actually, my sister trusts you. I'm not sure that I do. Because I know about Rudel Shelf.
He is a suspicious man.
So you understand why I don't exactly trust you yet.
I don't even trust him.
Well, I will tell Felicity. And if she trusts you enough to tell you, she can tell you.
Very well. Just do not overburden her.
Oh, I won't. I'll also tell Cullen. Because it involves him.
Doesn't say anything. Just stands in front of Kaz's door, totally unfazed and partially
I just
disinterested.
looked up to see Dove just angrily
Yeah.
shaking her head at me. So anyway, we'll pan back to the rest of the group now. Keriku, I'm assuming you have gone to get drinks.
Yeah. Just
I'll take one.
simple,
Yeah.
simple ales and wine.
Are y'all still just at the lobby of the inn, or do you go into one of your rooms?
We can head up if
Karina,
everyone's okay with that.
once Kirikou walked by, Karina, like him walking by at least made her think enough, and she's already heading to her room.
So you guys just see Karina, without any words, clutching the sword to her chest, walk up to her room.
She's not rushing, it's just this
Slow saunter.
steady pace. Yeah.
If I can sort of approach her, not rushing, not rushing over to her, but just sort of a quiet word to get her attention, just like, hey, are you all right?
Fine. Fine.
All right. I don't know. I'm not gonna stop her or anything.
Which room should I head to?
Felicity kind of peeks into her own room, and when she kind of does, her breath sort of hitches and she closes the door real quick. Not mine.
Could do mine. I haven't checked out this hotel yet. Kind of hold up the key, proffering to see what the people are down or.
I will be curious. I'll be back in a moment. I'll head out the door.
Hi. Nyx ends up about facing and heading up the stairs. Or I guess we were already up there. Anyway, trying to find whichever room was 39's.
So you find the room, and as you put the key in the door, you open the door. Just describe what Nyx's perfect bedroom would be like.
It doesn't look like a bedroom. It looks like you stepped into a pine forest. Dark, but peaceful. You can hear birds and kind of the small noises of little animals. And in the very middle is a campfire. This'll do.
This is very nice.
Cozy.
Comfortable. And they walk in.
Care does not clean himself off before going into the tavern.
Mitzi just kind of looks at you. She's like,
It's not mine.
all right. Oh.
That's not better.
She was about to say, that's a lot worse, but, unless
It's fine.
saw you leave the room with Kylan, so I assumed things were going to happen.
Yeah.
What can I get for it? This tavern's full of people
I'm aware.
drinking their sorrows now.
Oh, I'm very aware of that. 6 ales and a bottle of wine, and then also if you have any charcuterie of some kind, or just simple bread and cheese would be just fine as well.
All right, and she goes to the back, and you feel a nudge, about your waist level.
Pardon?
You turn, and you see the little Drake is, sitting there looking kind of sad. He's... Because he can't get into his dad's room.
Oh, do I remember the name?
Axos was the name.
Axos. Hello, Axos. Sorry.
He's just whining at you, this Malamute-sized Drake is just like...
I'll just present my hand to the nose, or the snout, I guess in this case.
Was Felicity supposed to have Axos?
Yeah, he followed Karaku though. He was like he was like.
If she sees that he's gone, she's gonna go look for him because she's like, my dog.
So as you
my
you open the door to the bar and you see him there, and Karaku's like petting him, and he's just like, and he just looks very upset. I can kind of tell a dog is like agitated or like stressed, kind of like that, but with a dragon dog.
And Arxos is the name.
Axos, Aksos.
Mitzi, as Felicity walks, Mitzi, could we also get just some raw meat as well?
She looks down. She goes, oh.
Whoops.
And she looks at him and she goes, I don't normally see you without your papa. And he goes,
Oh, Felicity like pets his head.
And she walks back and she goes, let her go! And a huge half giant pokes his head out and goes, Urgh! Mate! And throws a big, he misunderstands and he throws a leg of cow meat. And it just lands on the bar. And she's like, and drops it on the table in front of you.
Thank you. Axos?
He grabs it and just walks over. He sees Felicity and he just trots over to her.
There we go.
Karaku noticing Felicity. I'll just take those to the table here for a moment. And then approach Felicity. Are you alright?
Felicity just kind of takes a moment to pet the Drake, who's very happy with food, I'm assuming. And then she's kind of stands up and looks at him. I would do better if you cleaned your face.
Oh, sorry. And Care will completely clean himself immediately.
Thank you.
Prestidigitation.
It's a beautiful spell.
There. All better.
He made himself hot again.
I appreciate your brave face, but you've been through a lot in the last few days, and as one who's been through his fair share of pain, I understand it's not easy and your training is bottling it up. I don't expect you to talk to me, but there are others in this group that care a lot about you. That may be better comfort in this time.
Honestly, Care, I'm just tired. I don't know if training or suppression or anything has anything to do with it. I just want the people that I care about to stop falling and nearly dying. Very frequently.
Unfortunately, I see where I have contributed to that in the last few days.
Yes, you especially. You seem to have a habit of falling very close to your death, which I'm sure we'll have a talk about at some point. But
I'm sure we will.
yes. What about you, though? You were covered in blood, and normally you clean yourself off pretty fast. But you didn't this time.
It was a way for me to blow off my own steam, to take out my own frustration. I've been tricked in the past, and I was tricked tonight. Or beaten to the punch tonight, so to speak. And part of our mission was to find secrets. We found some of the secrets, but the best bit of that information was gone and left with a note. It beat me to the punch, and that is frustrating to me. But I was able to find out more information, so I feel much better.
Well, I could say a lot on that, but I suppose for now, the only thing that I am going to request is that you take your own advice and not sleep alone tonight. Just because I don't think you should be.
If I am welcome into the space, then I would appreciate that.
Like I said, you're part of our circle now, and we have to protect each other. So, and she kind of like briefly grabs his sleeve and tugs it and just goes back up to Nyx.
I'm realizing that with Belle leaving, that just leaves Nyx and Cullen in the room.
Yeah,
for an
I
extended
was thinking
period
about
of time.
that.
Yeah, because
Cullen
was like,
i-
nope, I'm going to bed.
Just
Cullen
see-
is just standing there.
He looks at me.
Cullen is just...
Honestly,
on-
I was gonna say honestly, with the amount of like people that Nyx has had to deal with today, with like being in the city and people staring, unless Cullen actively starts to try to make some kind of conversation, they're going to be
Not gonna lie,
kind
my
of tending to the fire, like just kind of like silently there. So.
I will say, side note, I loved the roleplay I was having with Liz, but I just kept looking at Nyx just like
making
making faces as she's eating popcorn,
Nyx
like
and 39 are just like...
she's just making all the
Sun in my
faces
eyes,
while
my
eating
God.
popcorn, like
I imagine at one point, like, Nyx and Cullen make eye contact and, like, almost like waiting for someone to talk and then realize neither of them, and Cullen just goes like gives like a little like...
It's nice. Walk back to like a completely silent chamber.
Yeah.
Do it.
Everyone else probably thinks it's super awkward, and we're like, it's actually pretty nice.
No, this is great.
It's awesome.
And now another quick cut back to 39 as a cleric walks out of Kaz's room. He hasn't been yelling or anything, but the cleric just looks at Ada and you, and she goes, or he goes, well, I can tell you the boy will be fine. He removed the curse. He holds up a bunch of iron barbs in his hand. They got very close to his heart. At that point, it would have been incurable. But he will be fine. He's just going to need a lot of rest. If you would like to see him, he is asleep, but you may see him. And the cleric walks off, covered in blood.
39's curious, so she is going to step in.
They have sealed, and like you can see that there is a scar on his chest from where they pulled the barbs out. And he's got blood all over his bed, but he himself only has the one scar now. He's got a big scar down the center of his chest. And obviously they shaved his fur so they could get to it, so he's just got a big spot of like shaved fur there as well. And he's just sleeping, not moving, barely, like his breath is just light. He's lightly breathing.
Okay, 39's gonna stand over him and just her fingers kind of hover over the scar. She's not studied medicine. She has very basic knowledge, but she wants to kind of memorize what she's been able to ascertain about what happened in this space with Cause and removing the curse and remembering those barbs. So she's kind of just studying the area, committing it to memory.
Okay. You can't pick up much. I'm not going to make you do a check for this, but you can't pick up much, but you can pick out that whatever they did involved his heart.
Heart. Which she would probably be able to suspect based off of what she knows about blight.
Mhm.
She's going to give the bedding kind of this. It's too bad Kay's not here.
Because he could press
She's
digitate
in-
it.
Yeah. And she actually thinks to herself that she had the opportunity to learn prestidigitation, but she didn't choose it. I'm going to kind of stroke his brow.
He does kind of twitches for a second, but then he calms down. Like, You notice that anytime you like even slightly get close enough to touch him, he jolts in his sleep.
Okay. She'll be respectful of that.
He's very... He not in a good spot.
So if no one's going to make her leave, she's going to probably actually just sit on her knees and meditate there.
Okay. No one's going to make you leave, and Ada is just going to kind of look in, and she closes the door, and, like, she stays outside and waits. Now, what you guys don't see happening, because I'm going to do a little bit of this here, is back at the keep, back at the cathedral, Koragar is screaming in the High Seeker's face. And the High Seeker's yelling back. And Koragar just goes, "You're not sending that lad." And he's like, "He's my son. He'll do what I tell him to." He says, "He'll die. Have some faith, beast." And he just goes, and Koragar grabs him by his armor and pulls him up, and he says, "You get him killed, I'll cleave your head in two." Kylan almost died today. If he did, you'd be joining him. Puts him down, he says, "The lad's not going. I am going." And dusts himself off, and he just goes, "We'll see." And he goes up to this little scribe and says, "Send word to the Gold Glitters establishment. Tell Cullen I wish to speak with him in the morning." And Koragar grabs the scribe and picks him up off the floor, takes the letter, and goes, "You leave this building. I'm breaking your legs." And drops him down. Looks at the High Seer and goes, "I'm not one of your little stooges. I do what's best. You could sit on your ass on that throne while other people do the work for you. I'm not letting you get another one of your kids killed." It's like, Hector is not Arya. What Koragar and them don't see is Hector standing right outside the door. And he storms off. Koragar sees this, and he's just... So he starts to make his way back to you guys at the tavern, but or at the inn. Now we're gonna go back to you guys. Yeah, I decided I'm gonna let y'all in on the stuff that doesn't happen when y'all are around now.
I love cutscenes.
I get to roleplay with myself.
It's the best part of being a DM.
And hopefully not do accent bleed, which I noticed Koragar's apparently Scottish now because Cullen's here.
It happens to the best of us.
I mean, that's fair. They're from the same area, so...
Can I ask, how soundproof are these rooms?
They're magical rooms. They're very soundproof. No one can hear what's going on inside the rooms. Gold Glitter he loves privacy.
Cool.
And he's actually, what you'll also see is there's a notice on the door. Tavern is not available for business. Private event. He's giving y'all the entire inn to yourselves.
Oh.
I mean, Kylan's his brother. He's probably pretty upset about what happened.
That's fair. That's fair.
So, back to you guys. We'll say Karaku and Felicity, are y'all back inside with the rest of them back in Nyx's room?
Yeah.
Walk into a completely silent room.
Karina there, though.
Karina's in her own room.
Walks
Korean-
in with the drinks. So, lively conversation already.
Absolutely.
Axos walks over to Cullen and just sits down by his feet and just curls up into a little pile because he's been around Cullen a bit, and he just lays down at his feet. Mostly
Some of
because
us enjoy the silence.
Oh, I enjoy silence on occasion. I was just curious if you two were getting to know each other. Never
In a
mind.
way.
Oh, good. Fast friends, here we are. And just places drinks down, kind of just making a motion of grab what you want. Pours himself
Grab a
a
mug.
glass of wine.
Yeah, Phil will do the same.
Cullen doesn't get a drink.
This is twice now I've offered you drinks and you haven't. Just a preference not to, or
Less of a preference and more of a lack of desire or need.
don't sleep, don't drink,
I
He
don't
also
eat
died.
either. I don't eat
Don't
either, if
eat.
you're wondering that.
also died. Sorry, what?
Did you technically come back?
Colin has like a big inhale and he's like, okay, I'll go into it. I've died more than once, and truth be told, I can't even remember exactly how many times it's been. I don't really have much memory of, I suppose, beyond a few lifetimes. You might as well know this, as I have a feeling this is going to intersect with your group. My entire purpose and existence is to fight when the need arises. There was a temple up in the mountains that their name is probably changed at this point, so I don't know what they're called. But when the need arises, some folks go up there and they bring me back. And I either die fighting what needs fighting, or I succeed. And then I die some other time. And then they put my body back. And it happens again, and again, and again.
Is this something you volunteered for?
Zara did at one point, but it's been so long, I can't imagine doing anything else.
Interesting.
I've no regrets about it, if that's what you're asking. No reticence or anything.
Understood.
There is a desire, I suppose, a conviction within me that I can't shake off. It's always there as soon as I wake up. Just to serve something. Because there are things that certain people are not fit to fight. If that makes sense.
More than you know.
So, what were you woken up for this time?
I don't know. And that's what I've been trying to find out. And I think I've learned a few things today, but not enough for me to comment on right now.
Did my brother-in-law give you what you asked for?
He did. Whoever did do it, didn't do it properly. I am weaker than I should be. I can't remember everything I feel I should be able to. Just bits and pieces, fragments, like a broken mirror. There are processes that have to be followed for something like this. And they weren't. So I need to figure out why they weren't. I need to figure out who did it, and why they did it, and why they couldn't be bothered to do it right.
Did I overhear correctly? You and Karina are somehow linked.
I will not speak of things that involve her as well. It's not my place.
Speaking of, she's not hiding behind a tree, I assume.
No, she went to her room.
I think she needs time. Or at least
Time
a few
alone can be
space.
dangerous.
Something with that sword is.
Do you
Shook
want
her,
me
I
to
think.
go? Do you want me to go check on her like I did before?
Somebody can at least check on her. I'm probably not the best choice.
I'll go ahead and I'll check on her. Felicity will get up and go to Karina's door. Knock. Karina? It's me again. Do you want company? Or I don't know, I just want to check on you. And if you don't open the door, I'm gonna get very worried. Or at least say something. I can talk a while, you know. I've got books, I could read them. She kind of like plants herself outside the door, just talking.
Oh, Axos totally followed her too. He saw Felicity leaving it, and he like followed her.
Oh, you should probably go back to the other.
He
the
sits and
other
just
room.
goes, "Huh."
You're just so stubborn. Okay, fine. I've got a dog too. Well, he's a kind of a dragon, I think. What is he? What are you?
He just burps out lightning a little.
That is no. Wow. Okay. Okay. So we've got quite a few books that I could read through. Do you have a preference, or because if not, I'm going to pick a romance, and I don't know how you will feel about those. Karina, please.
After a few minutes of of this happening, the door's gonna just open a crack. Did you need something?
Can Felicity assess from the glimpse that Karina's giving her?
Yeah.
Making sure.
She
can
looks
assess the cranky.
exactly. She looks exactly the same as she was downstairs. She's literally not done anything since she's been up here. Basically, just. I mean, she's literally been sitting in the room, staring, just off. So nothing about her looks different. She hasn't cleaned up. Nothing.
I noticed you carrying a sword, and I noticed that that man is very rude, especially for someone in his position. He should be much nicer. And I didn't catch quite what he said to you, or what happened. But clearly it's very burdensome.
It's a family thing, I guess.
We've been dealing with a lot of that, haven't we?
Yeah. I thought you were talking with Kara and everybody.
Well, I was, but we were all worried about you, and not worried in like the don't think you can't handle things because you're clearly, you know, but just worried as friends, and I could clean you up, you know, I can still help heal you, or you know, your braids are probably a bit crispy.
I'm all right.
I know it's not of much use, but would you at least be willing to come to the other room and talk with us? There are drinks, and Colin seems to maybe have some answers that might interest you.
Clint. Uh. Yeah, sure. Okay. Alright, sure.
Do you
Uh,
want to get
she's-
cleaned up first? Make yourself a little more comfortable? The battle's over. I mean, at least that one is, and I know it could feel good to freshen up a bit.
No, I'm fine. Hang on. And she's gonna start, like, she started to follow and then goes back and kind of does the whole, like, she doesn't know if she should take the sword or not. And it's sitting on...
Oh, it's glowing right now.
Oh, great.
Felicity's right behind her, like she's right there with her.
The sword is glowing with a very bright white light.
It's in a sheath, correct? But
It's in the sheath, but you can see the light coming from the sheath. A very white light, very bright.
Seeing that, she's just gonna stop and stare at it for a second.
What does that mean? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Well, perhaps Colin does.
Yeah.
Karina, listen, you don't... I know it's a family thing, but you don't have to do this alone. We have answers and people who could help.
You know why my grandmother's sword is glowing? Because if
Yes.
it's what I think, I don't really want to know.
Do you want me to take it to him? To check? Or you just keep scrunching your brow and it's really making me worry.
Just gonna reach out and just step back for a minute, please. And she's gonna draw out the sword.
So as you grab the sword and draw it, the white light is very bright, and it fades after you hold it for a bit. And you feel like you hear a very distant whisper in your mind, Karina, and you cannot make out what it says yet. But it seems like a familiar voice. But the sword is no longer glowing.
Are all the runes that were still intact before still intact?
Yep. There's 3 still intact.
Oh.
Of the 7.
That was utterly stupid. And she'll resheath it. I thought maybe...
Okay.
Well, at least it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it glowed and then it didn't, and...
Well, I'm sorry. We can go back into the other room.
You don't need to apologize. A lot of weird crap has happened. And she just kind of like helps Karina along, not like touching her, but a very I'm here presence as they walk to the other room.
Okay. Hey, 39. You hear the click in your head. G'day. We have work to do, dear. There is... Well, this High Seeker is sending his son to do something that he is not equipped to do. And it is something that could cause plenty of problems.
Aside from
I need-
needing to have an explanation concerning current events, explain.
There is... Well, there is a cult trying to do things that your friend Karina would not probably be fond of. And one of their leaders has been seen nearby your city that you are currently in. And the High Seeker, my little birds have told me that the High Seeker is planning on sending his young son alone to deal with this cult.
The High Seeker has already proven to be foolish. I am not surprised.
There is a lot about the High Seeker that he is very good at, but judging the capability of his children is something he and I do not share an affinity for. He's very, very overconfident in their abilities. The boy is strong, but not that strong. Now, please.
You wish for me to assist him or to bring along my companions?
Your companions also have need to deal with this. Specifically the one wielding the sword. And your little druid friend.
This is not where I expected us to begin, but it sounds like it aligns with my purpose.
Word of advice, Gray. Keep the big man close. He'll be useful very soon.
Am I leading him to his death in that case?
Only if he is not strong enough.
I want them alive, Radolsheth.
This will be a test of his own. And it will be a good gauge of where you are at. 39.
This isn't what you promised me, but very well.
Promises will be kept, my dear.
I expect so.
I'll be seeing you in person very soon.
It seems the timeline has moved up in that case.
Perhaps, depending on how events shake out.
Send me some tea. I miss it.
Of course. Goodbye, my dear, and please keep safe.
We'll see.
And the conversation ends. And now back to everybody else. As I'm sure everyone's brain is like, wait, what's this have to do with me now?
I'm not involved in any plots. That's not good.
I'm gonna hang out.
I stay on the bench and turn other people into a T-Rex. Polymorph.
She's like,
Sweet.
she's just over there they're just over there on the bench eating their popcorn like, what?
Listen, I didn't come here to be involved in plot.
No.
There's another
Oh, you didn't come,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the seed druid.
Jacob.
Yeah.
You came into my campaign as a
Perceived
guest and
druid.
didn't expect to be plot relevant.
Yeah, I just came to hang out.
Yeah. It's vibes.
Time.
You're gonna hang out.
Just make a fun guy
Maybe,
and leave.
Yeah.
maybe fight some wolf demon things.
Yeah,
Who knows?
We're
Have a
wolf
few-
demons. It's fine.
Yeah, wolf demons, giants, the works.
We're good.
But for now, wine. Thank
But
you.
for now, y'all. Now we're back to the drinking party with everyone but Cullen. Yeah, we're gonna have 39 now. 39 is meditating with dear old Kaz.
Fel will guide Karina in or open the door.
There's drinks if you would like. Just pointing to the spread.
Thank you.
Felicity
So-
will go over and get some drinks for them.
So I know everyone probably has questions. The question is, who wants to go first?
Rollies.
I love not being there.
Yeah.
Hey, I was trying.
Too
I
bad.
was over on the bench.
Colin
Kind of
Colin
process.
actually Colin does speak up. He says, are all of you all right? I know 39 isn't here, but that was a rather intense battle, and then following conversations. How are you all?
Just looking over at everyone else who's actually been, one, injured and two, involved in set plots.
Colin is definitely is mostly looking at Karina, Care, and Felicity. Nick seemed to have a pretty decent handle.
I'm like fully
All the day.
unharmed. Like everyone else
Yeah.
is
I
like
was a
scorched,
T-Rex.
stabbed, like all this stuff. I have like full HP with no short rest.
You,
like,
you got singed a little on. You got a little ash on your cheeks because the fire was like right in front of your face because
Like-
you were just out of range.
like dirty maybe, but not injured at all.
It literally happened like you were literally right out of range. So it's like, oh, thank God I wasn't 5 feet that way.
Yeah.
Keriku will turn to the others at this point first. Well, we can't all talk at once.
Karina's going to take a very deep breath. And for just a moment, her one eye that has the golden amber halo almost seems to glow for half a second. And suddenly she doesn't look quite as bad as she did. And I'm going to use second wind in that moment. And then reach forward and grab a glass of wine.
I suppose a follow-up on that statement or question. How often do you all go through things like that? Because I can't say dragons are I don't know how they are these days, but maybe not necessarily an everyday occurrence.
Second or third one in a week, at least.
What is
I believe that
wrong
was
with
the
all
fourth
of you?
one.
Are you?
Is it?
In 3 days.
Is that just how things are now? Are there just dragons dropping from the sky left and right?
Well, apparently dragons can be used for a lot more than that.
Yeah.
I think it might be something to do with this group, honestly, but because I was fine. I had to leave for a moment, and nothing happens. I come back, and there's more dragons. So
Me pointing is going to make no sense if on the actual stream Felicity's not that angle for
nope,
me.
no, not.
No, complete
But
other
I got the
side.
sentiment.
Keriku reaches into a pocket and pulls out a ring. Part of it has to do with this. Don't put it on, whatever you do. But you can inspect it, and Colin would see the insignia of King Uthros with a blue gem behind it, and just black iron ring. That gem has the ability to bend someone's will against their own. That was given to a unwitting helper by one of the king's right hands.
This king, from what I've been told, not a particularly popular fellow with everybody.
I'll say, Cullen, from what you would know since you've been hanging out with the Order,
Yeah.
they're very against the
Oh
king.
yeah, for sure. Definitely an understatement.
They're in active rebellion against him, so...
Colin will hand the ring back to Care. Well, kings come, kings go. That's
That's the
world.
plan.
Are the crystals the same as the one that 33? Like, are the stones the same? Felicity kind of like takes it out of her chest real quick, like comparing it. Oh dear.
So it would seem the door swings both ways with these.
Cole, quick question about my notes because I did not write it down super clearly. Next to Blightfang, I have Kilok Zul. That is who gave me Blightfang previously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I will bring that up then. I will say, with the presence of Blightfang here, I can't exactly speak to whether or not this person is still active or returned or whatever, what have you, because Lord knows I didn't get to finish them. Kilak Zul, is that,
Nyx, you have been with your druidic heritage. You know that this was about 250 years ago. He is the Lord of Green Dragons and one of the ones who tried to resurrect Tiamat. So you know that. And he's also one of the ones that kind of flew under the radar from like the common folk. And that's why you know about it, because he started ravaging forests and wildlife and trying to turn them to his will. Basically a dark nature god.
ooh,
Dark nature. I've heard of him.
about how long has it been?
A couple centuries.
Oh. Alright, good to know. That was the last time I died, right?
That was 2 times ago.
2 times ago, that's right. Thank you.
Last time you died was about 24 years ago.
That is incredibly short for me.
Maybe that's why your
Maybe that's
resurrection
why.
didn't
Who
work
knows?
out.
Who knows? Who's to say?
Or I'm sorry, 20 about 20 and a half years ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had to remember.
Even
20 and a
less
half years
time.
ago.
Last time on the Adventures of Colin.
So whether or not they're still kicking around, or perhaps someone has picked up on where they left off, that is a rather nasty thing to have been thrown around here.
There's a
So, I'm unfamiliar with this Kilak Zul.
evil man. I would kind of recap everything you said about like trying to corrupt nature, green dragons, all that kind of stuff. And as I kind of ramble that off, I'm still kind of thinking back to what you said before and to what Colin said before, and thinking, there's been a lot of blights of sorts going around. Has anything that's been going on been remotely like the blight that I know, specifically as a druid?
The stuff you've seen in the last day, like the stuff you saw happen to Kylan and the stuff you saw happen to Kaz, very resemblant of stories that were passed down to you about what would happen when Kilak Zul was trying to do stuff.
Okay. And does the blight thing, does it seem to have any kind of resemblance to the bliss blight either?
No,
Okay. Just
different things.
potentially coincidence. But from the stories I've heard of him, the things that are going on now seem similar to the legends from 250 years ago. So I don't know.
That's not great.
No. So that's green dragons to some degree. We've had a lot of blue dragons. So we're just going to cycle through all the colors.
Tiamat is
silver,
5.
Silver, gold.
Now, have you all been encountering, because you seem to be a magnet for dragons, have you been encountering the same colour, or has it been a variety of the chromatics, or are the metallics still generally, is the dichotomy still there between the chromatics and the metallics?
I will answer as DM because that's a lore thing that you guys might not know. Metallic dragons are still very numerous, but they're not as powerful as they used to be. When Bahamut was killed, they lost a lot of their power. So basically, of the 3 core dragon gods, the only one still alive is Tiamat.
I know Bahamut's dead, right?
You know Bahamut's dead.
Okay, that'd be rough
You would have known
to
that
find
last
it.
time.
Yeah, that would have been rough to find
Hey,
out.
this giant dragon deity.
Say
is
what now?
dead.
So
What's the
you would have
bird?
known that Sardior, the gem dragon god.
That's why I didn't know.
Sardior.
Yeah. He very, very, very dead because Tiamat killed him a long time ago. At least in my continuity for like this world, Tiamat murdered him.
Sick. So,
But yeah, metallic dragons are pretty numerous, but not as numerous as chromatic.
because it was a blue dragon today. Has it been of the other colors?
No, just blue.
Well, no.
Well, Kaz's father is gold.
I'm sorry.
There's
His
the
what
gem
is
one,
what?
but
That was
friend
my
at 39.
reaction.
Adopted.
This is mine too. So apparently, I don't know how much you know about my family.
Very little.
Join the club,
All
but
right.
apparently, some of my sisters are married to dragons or people showing dragon-esque qualities. I just know that Kaz's father, who we met briefly, this last place, he's a golden dragon. And Kaz knew this, and apparently my sister did too. And then I saw briefly that Kylan also resembled a little bit of a dragon.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's aware, but just a little bit, so there just seems to be a pattern.
Your
with-
family definitely has a type.
I don't know. I
Scaly and
certainly
horny.
wasn't told. Certainly wasn't told if there was. But there's at least two colors there, and then blue. That one took a chunk out of my arm.
Had a crystal dragon, 2 blues,
3 blues now.
3 blues now, and a gold.
Half silver.
Doesn't make much sense.
Curious.
Well, if either Killaxul or someone doing the work of Killaxul is in the area, that does not bode well for any of us.
I know one that
No.
might be involved.
Oh.
The rest of you know.
Hmm.
At least Colin's the only one that wouldn't. Amros.
Oh, I thought you were
Oh.
going to say the...
The dungeon master.
Cool.
No, I thought you were going to say the one who
Wolfrod.
you have equated to a ball sack.
Ah, yes.
That
Um,
one too.
Who is this?
An unfortunate companion to the king. There is also, or at least he seems to be serving, Crotum.
And that
Just-
name, Cullen, is going to set off major warning bells. Crotum was the most well-known of the Dragon Lords who resurrected Tiamat. You were under the impression he was long dead.
Yeah.
Oops.
Colin's face doesn't change, but he just goes, say that name again.
Well, I prefer to call him Scrotum. But
No, say... And now his voice gets a little more intense. He goes, say that name again.
Crotum.
Crotum. And this is a companion of the king, you're saying?
Someone who serves Crotum as a companion to the king.
Ah. That's very, very, very bad.
Do you-
Additionally, so is Astana.
Do you know who that man is?
Yeah, Crotum was a dragon lord, fearsome, and pretty terrible. I was under the impression he was dead.
No, we
Most
heard
people
his
probably
voice.
thought the same of you.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to come back.
Maybe he was too.
I don't like this.
Supposed to, or brought back.
Seems that quite a lot of things that were supposed to be in the past are coming back these days. This doesn't bode well.
Question is, where are all the pieces falling?
I don't like it at all.
All we can do is try and make sense of the pieces we have. If we try to figure out everything that's going on, we're only going to be confused and lost. We'll work with what we have, and we move on to each clue we find. Until things make sense, we run out of leads, or we die.
It's your first day knowing me. But I can't argue with that at the moment. I think we should rest.
It's getting late.
I'm going to walk back to the palace, or where are they at? Where's Kaz at?
They're at the Cathedral of Adan.
I'm walking back to the cathedral for tonight.
Hi.
Will you be staying there for the night?
I think so. I don't know. I know I left 39 with Kaz, but I think I should go back.
Will you sleep if you go back?
Probably on the floor beside him.
Karina's
Look, if
been
you-
staring at the sword this whole time. A lot of the talk is going on and is listening, but every time it seems like we've pissed someone off. No offense, but it's either been you or Care that's been the focus.
I've not done anything.
I'm not saying you have, but somebody thinks that you're involved in a way that they can use. So you think just walking through the city alone is the best idea?
I'll go with you.
Okay.
So,
Before you all leave, since you want to know everything that's going on, we're not just dealing with dragons. I don't think. I've never dealt with dragons till I met all of you. Nyx,
Join the club?
neither, I suppose.
No,
None
Well-
of us.
not directly.
Can't speak for Cullen. We've lived a few lives.
Cullen's dealt with his fair share.
here and there. Here and there.
Just watch out for, I guess, a wolf. I don't think he's loose yet.
Colin does just kind of go,
Nyx is
You'll know if he's loose.
Oh, I assume Karina would know, but
Kind of the size of a mountain range. So.
I'm very aware, but also she's in a little bit of shock at this point.
Nyx perks up too at the mention of the wolf as well.
Wolves?
Not like that. Concerned.
Pupper? It's like that Keyleth scene in Vox Machina. Pupper!
I'm gonna reach forward slowly. Anyone who's very perceptive can see that she is trying to keep the shake out of her hand as she draws out the blade and lays it on top of its sheath so that they can all see the runes that are there. And
Yeah, so all of you can see that there are runes that were glowing blue. There are 3 that are actively glowing very brightly, and 4 that are not glowing at all.
does this sword have some special significance for me?
Oh, yes. You watched Tyrna jam that into Fenrir's head and seal him away. And you know about the 7 seals. Fortunately, you died like 10 seconds after seeing that, but...
Yeah. Good timing.
Good. Fun stuff.
Well, you were in his mouth.
Yeah, it was not a great time.
To be fair, so did Tierna. So
Team effort.
Teamwork.
Makes the dream work.
Everyone died.
I'm not to add more to the plate, but if my sister sent this, which I think maybe she did, and I'm gonna. She's had that note that came with it. It's been wadded up in her hand almost this entire time. It has. It's just been in the other hand, so it's there, and she's gonna unravel it and set it down.
May I? Just to the note.
She holds it out after a moment.
So I am proficient in calligraphy. I would assume I have studied potentially scriptology in some way. Could I attempt to ascertain any clues or any hints about the style of writing or how it is?
It just looks like Patira looks intentionally like it was attempted to look hastily written. And all it says is Kindra.
This is a shoddy job.
What do you mean?
Normally this type of handwriting, it's easy to look at it and assume that it was written in a hurry and in a panic of some sort. Some of the inscription itself was intentionally done so to make it look as though it was written in a hurry.
It's my sister's handwriting.
And Care takes out a small pen and perfectly replicates the note. There are others like me in the world that know how to do this very well.
So what does that mean? It glowed earlier, and I heard something in my head, a voice I thought I knew, but I couldn't hear what the words were. Why would someone send me this sword with my sister's name and make it look like it was her?
To lure you to her?
Could I take a look at the sword? I'll ask Karina. I'll say, may I look it over, if you don't mind?
You've probably seen it used more than I have.
I want to pick it up. I want to look over the sword and the scabbard. I want to see if they have been well cared for, knowing the significance of them, or if it seems like they have been mishandled or shoved away somewhere, as opposed to the proper deference.
It's definitely been well kept for, and as soon as you grab the sword, the weight, it feels pretty heavy in your grasp, whereas Karina, it felt light as a feather. But you're still able to hold it and wield it like a normal greatsword, but you feel the same aura of power you did when last you held it, and it still feels very well kept for, but you can sense that the seals are at their breaking point.
Yeah. As Cullen holds it, he is holding it incredibly gently. He is not grabbing the handle. He's almost holding it flat, just on the ends of his fingers. Almost like a curator would with the most expensive artifact. It is very visible that he has a huge amount of respect and like care for this weapon as he looks it over. It's as fine as it ever was. If there's been tampered with, it's been in a way that I cannot tell, but I'll put it down. The seals are breaking. And that is not good.
And there's a wolf involved?
Fenrir.
You definitely know that name, Nix.
Yeah.
Everyone else, that sounds like gibberish. Like, what? But to you and Karina, obviously, Karaku, you've never heard that name in your life, and neither have you, Felicity.
Really?
Yeah, it's a pretty well-kept secret for anyone outside the Frostwild or people who worship those gods. Especially you, Felicity, with your upbringing. You would know nothing about these gods at all, really. Nix, though, being a druid of the land who has been to the Frostwild.
Yeah.
How do you know so much about the sword, Colin?
I was there when it was used to lock the wolf away. Colin looks around. It's clear he maybe didn't want to say this in front of everybody. Because I fought him alongside Tierna, who, as I've pieced together, was your grandmother.
She died when I was a baby.
So did I.
Anyway.
Not to disrespect the sacredness of this item, but would one of you mind holding it so I can take a closer look at it?
Colin defers to Karina.
Considering this note, I have my suspicions.
I've been staring at it for I don't even know how long I was in my room. Alright. And she'll shift and actually holding it kind of similar to Colin did, but just on her open palms.
Yeah. Not touching it, Karaku just wants to look very closely, as close as he can, to see if there is a blue gem hidden anywhere on this blade.
The only gem you find is a glistening emerald in the blade's hilt, which I'll tell you this, Colin, that was always there. Colin can confirm that. And Karina's seen this sword her whole life. It's been on display. And there appears... What kind of check do you want to give me, actually, Karaku?
I mean, he's looking specifically to ascertain if there's going to be any ability to mind control or manipulate.
Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Which is, unfortunately, not great. 12.
From what you can see, there is nothing nefarious about the blade or the gem. It's very different than the gems that you and Felicity each have.
Right. Thank you. You'll forgive my concern, but I was looking for something similar to this and just pull out the ring in my pocket again, and pocket it again.
Oh. If the legends of this sword are true, I doubt anyone but maybe a god could possibly put some kind of curse on this. But then again, who knows? I suppose.
Well, if the names that have been thrown around are any indication, we might be dealing with those who raised a god.
We're in over our heads.
I think we've been in over our heads since we all banded
Welcome
together.
to the pool.
If it's any reassurance, words. No one who's ever in a situation like this is not in over their head. There is at no point in history with any hero of legend, any demigod, any sage, any warrior who was not either unqualified or had the odds stacked against them or didn't know all the facts. No one in the history of the world is ever ready or fully prepared for what happens. From what I've seen, we're all in over our heads.
Fair enough.
But we still win. We still do our best.
I'm gonna resheath the sword quickly.
On that note, we should try to rest. Felicity, do you have a desire to go to Kaz?
I think I should.
I'll go with you. Unless you'd prefer to go alone.
I honestly do. It's not that far a walk.
Make your own choice.
Karina's gonna reach into her, onto her belt and pull off her dagger. Hold it out. If you're
Thank
as
you.
tired as I am, something's better than nothing. And you were pretty good with it. Maybe this one don't throw.
Beginner's luck. Besides, it's not that far a walk. I'll wear a cloak. It's not that big of a deal.
Felicity, before you go, you need to know something. We cannot trust everyone here. Even within the Order.
What do you mean?
Part of the information I gathered this evening, I was unfortunately unable to get a name, but there was a high-ranking official, officer of some kind within the Order. I saw his armor, I saw nothing more. But
What? Tell me out there, not here.
am I coming with you?
You're not coming with me. I just would prefer not to tarnish everyone's reputations if the suspects are real.
They are real. He was not lying. And there are no names that I can give you, and it was not... I can give you this comfort at the very least. It was not your brother-in-law, and it was not Hector. But it is one of the higher-ranking officials of the Order. And I have a feeling that we've moved up the attack.
I will be careful. It is just a walk. And she'll...
Apparently you already have your guard dog.
Yeah, Axos immediately, as soon as Felicity stands up, he just goes to follow her.
There, if that gives you any comfort. And she'll go out and only briefly go into a room to grab a cloak, and then she'll start walking towards the that.
Axos walks a little bit ahead of you and constantly turns his head back to make sure that you're still following. And as you pass the training field, you see Koragar standing there with his arms crossed as Hector is very aggressively hitting a training dummy. He's like, he's wailing on this training dummy and just angrily just throwing, and eventually he stops using good form and starts throwing haymakers with his right hand constantly into its face.
As after she leaves the inn, I can look at the others that are in the room and say, I can make sure she stays safe and she doesn't know I'm there.
For once, I think we need to just let her be.
She's gonna approach them.
Koragar is going to see you coming and walk over, and he's going to be like, hold on a minute. Let him get it out. He's a little miffed at his father.
And I'm a little miffed at my mother.
He's a bit upset about the way his father treated Karina and is now treating him and Kylan.
Do we know a consensus yet of what's going to happen?
Well, I'm stopping one thing. The asshole of a High Seeker wanted to send Kylan and Hector to deal with a threat, and Kylan can barely walk.
What is his deal? I've never seen someone in authority of his position act so rudely.
I don't like the man, but I don't envy his position at all. He's watched several people close to him die.
He's the... Forgive me, I'm still piecing things together, so this might be very ignorant, but is he the one that we're working to put in place of the king?
He doesn't want to rule, and he's not going to rule. There's a few nobles who have the opportunity. One of them's Kylan. But two of the other ones, there's the former king's son is still alive. And Kylan doesn't want it.
Let me check that. Who's the former king's son?
The general of the king's armies.
You say that like I should know. Sorry, I'm just...
Not going to give you any names yet, love.
Why not?
You've been through enough today.
I would appreciate some answers. It's just that...
Give me a persuasion check.
Work those eyes.
19.
Bat your eyelashes at the giant man.
Ooh.
19.
19? Okay, give me a second.
Puppy eyes, puppy.
Give me a second. Let me...
Now sparkle.
Like an anime character. Sparkle, sparkle.
Oh no, I thought I had that doc pulled up. Okay, there we go. I haven't said his name enough, so I kind of... That's wrong. Did I not save that?
I have a fuzzy on my face.
Oh, that's what. I did. That's the wrong file. Sorry. 1 second. Problems.
It's okay, she's just staring at him. In the silence.
Eyes slowly getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
So she's like... Healthy dose of prolonged eye contact.
He just looks and goes, the lad's name is Denilus. He's younger than you. But he works for the king, so his mother doesn't get killed. He's the rightful heir. He was a lad when his father died, and the new king thinks he's third. After all, his daughter died when he took power, so he needs an heir of his own.
Aren't there consorts for that?
Well, the king can't exactly do that, thanks to a certain someone. And
Interesting.
let's just say Zid's very proficient.
Okay.
So, the king has some issues with us, and he's trying to mold the young prince into his new heir. Young prince isn't a fool. He's been working with the High Seeker. But if the young prince dies, Kylan has no choice. He'll have to be king. and he really, really does not want to.
And you may know nothing about this, but due to your proximity to them, my sister Ada and Kylan, how often did my mother visit them?
Well, let's just say I've probably seen Edith more than you have in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it is all.
And the big lad that's with her too.
Who?
Just kept calling him the boy. Very, very large tiefling. Almost as big as me.
Wait. My mother traveled with a tiefling?
Very large one.
And what were their names? She doesn't often travel with... Well, there's a reason for everything I'm discovering.
Well, it said his name was Corin.
Cool.
Very, very... Not like Koran.
Who is this off-brand name?
I came up with him before you came up with Cullen, sir.
Bargain bin Cullen, come
Don't know much about him except that he was with your mother. And he gets close. He goes, "Don't say a word about what you saw to Kylan.
What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about. He has no clue."
Okay, but first of all, back up. Don't do that with me. I'm not. Why would I hurt him? Of course, if that is a secret, I'm not going to say anything.
Point is, I like you so far, but you're a bliss. I'm treading carefully.
In my experience, blisses were kind people. The bliss that you know is new to me too.
Oh, I don't know if that lad was a bliss. I have no idea.
No, I'm just meaning your experiences with Edith and... Does Ada know?
She does.
And she's
He
not told him
doesn't.
either.
He doesn't.
What is with people and keeping significant things from others? You would think...
There's a reason for this, and it's something that is very personal.
I understand.
Kyle. He grumbles, make sure Hector's not listening. Hector at this point has the dummy on the ground, and he's just hitting it. And he just goes, "Kylan hates dragons."
That does make things a little awkward.
He, very much hates them. Blames them for a lot of the tragedies, including losing his first love, Arya.
Arya. I don't know.
Ask the High Seeker. And he turns back and he just goes, "Best you leave Hector be. He's got a lot on his mind. Go check on your boy."
Okay. And
Korrigar
Closer.
walks off, and the last thing you do see is Hector. He puts a hand on Hector's shoulder, and Hector finally stops and just gives Korrigar a big hug. He just kind of like pats him.
okay. Felicity just tightens her cloak and continues.
As you get back, you see the door is open to Kaz's room.
She goes towards it.
You look in, and 39 is still meditating on the floor, and Ada has fallen asleep next to Kaz on the bed, holding his hand.
39.
Her eyes open.
Yes, I figured.
And they're never, you've observed, they're never fully closed. It's more of that half-lidded gaze, but always slightly open.
Are you, I assume you, obviously you don't sleep,
I can if I wish, but I make better use of time when I meditate.
Can Fel ascertain if there's anything off about her?
You can do an
There's
insight
always something
check.
off.
You can do an
Yeah.
insight check.
We're gonna insight check.
And 39, you can give persuasion or deception, whichever one
It's
it is.
only a
Don't
10.
say it. Don't tell us.
Okay.
Don't tell us if it's persuasion or deception, but give a
Oh.
check.
Give that check. Okay. We'll use Manana now. Why not? Okay. Well, I definitely beat a 10.
Sure.
She seems fine.
Okay. I can take over. Yeah. I thought I'd be able to sleep apart, but
How long
Came
has
back.
it been since I started meditating?
About an hour and a half.
You can stay if you wish, but my need to complete what I have begun is necessary.
very well.
Are you all
With-
right?
I think we should change that phrase, to be honest. Are you all right? How do you answer that? Maybe say,
It
how are
is
you
a loaded
living?
question.
Then you could just say yes or no.
What concerns you?
A lot of things do. It's hard to pinpoint which one to focus on. But right now, I'm focused on protecting those that are in front of me the best I can. And in doing so, I admit it's a bit scary. I've never been one to go outside the lines so blatantly and on purpose.
Such broad strokes.
Yes. Perhaps you can meditate here, but
Unless you wish for me to leave, I can find another corner.
no. I actually want to look around for a second. And if anyone gets mad at me for it, I can say that I told you. I'm just curious about some things as well. Nothing terrible. Just
I am not going to deter you from doing what you wish, Felicity.
I'm not used to hearing that.
It
But
is
thank-
my opinion that people should be allowed to grow and cultivate what is inside their hearts versus being forced into a mold. They are much more powerful when they are set free.
And what about your mold, 39?
You assume I have one.
Well, I assume you have 39 of them. That is just my ignorance.
I used to think that it was very simple what I was or am. But in the minds of others, it's not so straightforward, it seems. I am not like the others. I never was.
I would agree. Though I don't know the others, I do believe that you are unique in your own way. And I appreciate it. So I'm going to go snoop around.
Flare like the sun.
And she'll close her eyes.
What was that?
She said
Uh,
flare like the sun.
And so Felicity goes to look around a bit.
What are you looking for, Felicity?
Just, she's new at this. So she's like armor. Carrie had mentioned armor and like high seeker stuff. So she's literally just kind of moseying around, kind of seeing if anything pops out to her that she might take note of.
You do see an open door, and in an office, a man is sitting, and he is writing with a quill and ink, and he is wearing very nice silver armor with the symbol of the order, which is a flaming platinum sword on his chest. And his helmet is removed, and you can see why he wears one, because he's a drow. And he is writing, and he simply notices you looking, and he just looks up to you like, yes.
What can I do in this situation? That's what she's thinking. And then she just kind of flips back her hair a bit. It's dying on the inside ever so slightly. And is like, just wanted some fresh air. Is all.
The exit's that way.
I don't want to go towards the exit.
Would you mind? I'm in the middle of recording the day's events.
Oh, well, I was there today, so I can help you. And she, like, lets herself in and, like, sits kind of, if there's anywhere to sit, she just sits there. I'm Lucy, by the way.
Oh, yes, your Lord Wolfrun's his wife's. Anyway, I just keep seeing Rogue lifting his little notes, and I'm like, dude. And he just goes, well, give me your events of what happened today then, dear.
She does.
And he's just like,
While also kind of, like, observing whatever's around.
you speak very eloquently. I can tell you are definitely Lady Ada's sister, that is for sure. You're less boorish than her, though, I will say.
Not many, people would dare to call Ada boorish without, dying.
My dear, a second in command to the High Seeker, I do not fear Lady Ada. Lord Kylan is a bit of a problem, but he is a problem I'm glad we have. And he continues to write.
So what's your name?
You have so many questions, don't you?
I do. That's because no one answers them. So what about you? Your name?
Davith.
David?
Davith.
David. Do you have like a nickname, David? Do they call you Dav?
You are more like your brother-in-law than you are your sister, you know that.
I haven't known them long enough to really have the comparison, but I'll take it.
He insists on calling me that.
Dav, see? It's a good nickname. They call me Fel, so it's like, it's sort of similar.
Yes, do you have any more questions for me? And he's just kind of like continuing to write. And he goes, oh, and he mouths, because he accidentally wrote Dav on the page. Like, it's a good nickname, and he's crumples paper. I have to start.
He's like laughing.
This poor guy can't even go to bed.
Slightly laughs at that, but pretends not to quite see it, just to save his pride a little bit. Actually, I'm new to the area. Obviously, you've not met me before. Is there anything I should know? Just
other than the High Seeker being on edge for the past 5 years and constantly forcing us into this rebellion that's not necessarily doomed to failure, but if we keep on like we're keeping on, there will be issues.
Well, what do you mean forced? Aren't rebellions a collaborative thing?
Yes, we all fight for the High Seeker, and we do agree that that putrid mess of a man Ultharos needs to be deposed, but the High Seeker refuses to seek aid from the Empire for some reason. He's insisted on requesting help from those of the Frostwild. Those damn Dranger, as they call themselves.
What are those?
Very... you may have read books about humans.
Yes, they're so good.
They are... the only remaining humans on the Empire appear to be very large people who very much like to attack from their airships and just jump on people. And
Really?
also they favor wearing very little clothing and very large weapons, and they love their shields.
That does sound like a book I read. But it was a romance, and so I don't think it quite ended the way that yours does.
Ah, is it was it the Dranger's Passion? I love that.
You actually know that book!
It's quite a good... I have it right here. He pulls out a, very fancily bound copy with, an auto... It's like, the author signed it for me. It's actually,
Her eyes are just, so, sparkly, oh my gosh, I've never talked to this book of someone before! Oh my...
I accidentally
very
gave Felicity a love interest that was annoyed with
Checks out. She just kind of absolutely, yes, I'm very surprised that a second in command would know this. I mean, it doesn't seem like...
My dear, we all have hobbies.
Really?
Except Lord Gideon, his hobby is yelling at his son.
Yes, I picked up on that much.
I'm very happy Kylan recruited that, what was his name, Koragar, because he's the only one willing to yell at the High Seeker in his face. He's very good at that.
But wait, where do you fall then?
Oh, well, I give him advice, and I work a lot with Kylan and Hector, and the High Seeker... He's not very thrilled with me at the moment, as I wrote a letter of requesting aid to the Empire, and he was not very happy. And...
I see that. Can she, and also as she's talking, can she observe, his armor and clothing and stuff?
He's wearing very fine, shiny armor and very nice clothing. No weapons, and his armor is lighter than when you first looked. It appears to mostly be decorative. And
Okay.
he says, I'm not... He actually... He totally notices you, checking it, and he goes, yes, the armor's just for show, dear. I much prefer magic to fighting on the front line.
Oh, I do some magic. What kind? Healing?
I'm more of the, he has a little ice just appear from his hand. He's like, I much prefer to deal damage from a distance, as it were. Lord Gideon and I actually went on, when I was a young boy, went on some adventures. He's the reason I'm alive. But he's been a bit different the last few years.
Is there any particular affliction as to why he's different?
Broken heart. His wife and daughter were killed at the same time, and he very much blames Lord Kylan for it.
Why would he blame Kylan?
He closes his book that he's been writing. He says, well, before he met your sister, Kylan was sort of... Let's just say he was almost Hector's brother-in-law. And she was killed when a red dragon attacked, where Kylan was training with Koragar. And, in fact, how he met Ada was he was looking for ways to bring her back, but there was nothing they could do at that point. But Lord Gideon blamed him because the dragon apparently came for Kylan. The boy is in a lot more messes than he likes to admit. But that was 5 years ago. Kylan got over it. Hector seems to have, but Lord Gideon never forgot, never forgave.
So that's Arya, right?
I see you've heard of her. Yes.
Well, very briefly and respectfully. But I didn't have a last name.
Selva. She's the High Seeker's daughter. She, quite a lovely young woman, but very, very powerful. Very powerful, Sora. And couldn't... Not powerful enough, it seems.
Interesting. Well, you know, there is always one cure for a broken heart, and that is falling in love again. Has he not entertained anyone?
Oh, well, there is what he does with Alurica, but I don't think that's quite love.
I don't get people who do that, but, Alurica. I've not heard that one. Is she like a pretty lady? Or like,
Yes, she's divine, but she's a little bit underhanded. She handles our, No use dancing around. Well, she's our spy master, and she... very much... I don't trust her one bit. One bit.
So, he's in bed with a spy master. This is like a novel of one of the books. Like, the Lord is in the bed with the spy master. There's a bunch of quarreling and air stuff, and really someone should be writing this down.
He kind of lifts up like really tired book. He's like, I may have been.
You've been writing it down! Well, if you need a beta reader.
I'll keep that in mind, Lady Felicity, you said?
Mm-hmm. Or Fel, since you're Dav now, right?
If you insist.
Perfect.
He goes, oh, but my full name for you, Davith Chiron.
Write that down.
David. And are you aside from No. Would I recognize that name?
No, he's not a noble. He's just...
David, sure. Very nice to meet you, David. Dav. And she kind of hops out of her place.
If you ever want to chat about books, please do come back. But I really must get to bed. It has been quite the day.
It really has. It was nice meeting you.
You too, my dear.
She goes back to the room with 39.
Also, I want to point out, he does appear to be like a very, not super young, but young drow. So, he's not like an older guy. So, just want to clear that up.
She goes back to 39 and is like,
I need to tell you about this boy.
When she comes back in, 39 one eye opens up a little more. Make sure she's like in one
I got
piece.
so much stuff. I did so well. And she was very proud of herself.
You totally won his heart over with the talking about books. He was like, you like books?
The smutty ones too. That's nice. So she literally she seems to be in little lighter spirits and very much just she sits next to 39 in a meditative stance despite not needing it, and just kind of sits there thinking about everything that she was told.
All right, now we're gonna pay everyone else. I imagine Karaku, Nyx, and Karina, y'all are going to do your sleepy time.
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah.
What is Cullen doing?
First, is Karina going back to her room?
Yes.
I think Colin would try to catch her before she closes the door. Not very, very clearly not trying to be imposing. His face, his brow is usually furrowed, but it's a much softer expression now. But he just looks at Karina, and if she'll listen to him, and says, I feel as though you're carrying a great weight on your shoulders. I'd like to talk to you about it when you want to. No pressure, no rush, But if there's anything you need, I feel I might have some things that, I don't know, might allay some of that pressure. And just, he doesn't even really wait for a response. He just turns, walks away.
She just waits for him. Shuts the door.
Okay. Then with that, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll have the next day of our adventure.
Yay.
Long rest?
Yes, long
Yay.
rest.
Yay!
39 is going to do her stuff that she does. She will.
Okay.
She's
gonna
got
go
some
do
things
her
she
stuff.
wants to do after she's finished meditating.
Also, Ruka, remind me to send you the chapters of the book of the history of, because he's been writing about Kylan and Gideon and all them's backstory. So I'm going to send you little excerpts that'll probably make Felicity cry.
Aww.
Sweet. I'll take it.
And I will say, there's a small thing that at the end of the long rest. So.
Okay, we'll do that when we come back. So we'll see you guys when we get back.
And I'll gently bump the shoulder, very like hesitate, and then just go for it, and then just kind of red faced of like, oh, did I do it bad? Am I about to get punched?
She's gonna hip bump you back as hard as she can.
Oh!
No, it's heavier than he expects. And he'll try to, I mean, he's going to try to mimic the motions, but he's clumsy.
If you separate your feet a bit more.
Right, but then you got to twist the blade around to come around the other side, but then the grip, the pommels get...
We did blow up by Lorna.
You still have more words. You have 6 more words.
I did more than
Hurry
that.
up!
I did the woodwork.
You got 4 more words.
I want to grab her hand.
I helped.
Gonna walk out into the streets, like in plain view of the guards, stand in front of them. Hello, I am a crazy man. I steal for a living. So, oh, look, I am stealing. One of their daggers goes flying into his hand. I've stolen from you. I'm going to steal again.
Watching this, like,
your other...
You! What? And they move away from the gate.
Look, now I am going to murder because that's what I like to do. And he's going.
He's lost his
Run
bloody
away.
marbles.
she was in disguise though. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I drop wormhole, and then I kind of just shove people in.
We're going.
Is this what you guys are waiting for this whole time?
Here we go! Here we go! Oh my god, there's so many more than one! There's 3, there's 4, there's 5! Let's go! That's a shirt! That's a new t-shirt! What the... What? Is this even comfy? Stretch Armstrong over here with the open! Oh! What? Is that what? Is that my first real roll? I got a nat 20? Oh! Hype train! Chad, there's a hype train! Now's the time to do it! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! God, mother!
I don't even know what to tell y'all. That was crazy.
Welcome back, everyone, to Chronicles of Ravira. In the last half of the fifth episode, remember how traumatic that was?
Move her around.
And yeah, you'll have to do that fight all over again at level 5 again. No,
might stay up.
Hold on.
The party had lots of reveals, including some name drops of people that are important to them, but they may not know why. So we're going to pick back up with everyone waking up in the morning. We'll start with Felicity. Oh, 39.
I got things to do, and I wake up before everybody else.
Okay, and Karina, I know
Except
you
for
had
Colin.
something too? What'd you have, Karina?
I thought 39 was first.
Okay, 39.
I
Go
only
first.
sleep before
She's
4
awake
hours.
before Karina too, so.
Okay, so what 39 is going to do is, after finishing her meditation, she's going to grow a goldenrod flower and kind of shape it so that it is circular. And before she leaves, she's going to set it down next to Felicity's hand. And then she's going to give one to Kaz. And then she's going to return to the hotel. And she's going to put one on each person's door, except for Felicity and Kaz's, because she left them with theirs. And in Care's, she's going to add some green bell-like flowers. And then she's going to go where she's been going.
Where she's been going. Oh, yeah, that's not
So,
that's
a point of note, when 39 gets back to the hotel, to the inn, Cullen also only needs 4 hours of inactive state to rest. Cullen is standing in the hallway outside of the doors, like not even really leaning against the wall. There's probably like a good 3 inches between his back and the wall. He's just standing there.
She's going to stop beside him, place one, she's going to take his hand, put his in his hand, and she's going to go out the door.
He acknowledges it. He doesn't verbally acknowledge it, but he
Mass Effect acknowledged.
tucks the flowers so that it's in his like cloth mantle type thing.
And a goldenrod is
Visible.
just this rod of yellow flowers, but in Care's it has the green bells. It's a different flower.
Bells of Ireland?
Yeah. Yeah.
She seems so frustrated that evening.
There's also a couple of white ones that are a different flower,
Oh, Rogue is so
but
pleased
essentially
with
mean the
himself.
same thing. I mean, they're really pretty, and they're like the only one that's like that. So I'm not surprised he was able to find it that quickly.
Ruka just notes.
Go find out what it means before you start making fiction up.
He's like, let me have my fell
Let me
fiction.
work. Let me work.
All right, Karina, you're up.
As soon as she wakes up, she actually would have, the night before when she takes the sword in, there is now a sword stand for the sword that is identical to the one back home. And she'd place the sword there. And then after sleeping, is going to get up and plan was to sneak out, but somebody's standing right there creepily. She's going to take the sword and head out, see Cullen, and then pretend like she doesn't, and just keep walking out. Seeing the goldenrod, she's going to actually take that, kind of not really sure where this came from ish, and then actually I think she has seen 39 do the flower thing.
Yeah, she did it. She does it all.
So stick that into the with her stuff, and then is going to go to the training grounds. And she's not wearing her armor. She's not wearing.
Well, Hector's also there still. You didn't know
Okay.
he was there last night, but he's there.
Actually, she probably would take her stuff with her because she's kind of creeped out by how bad Crud constantly goes down. But once she gets there, stripped down out of her armor, and she doesn't say anything to anyone unless provoked.
Oh, he doesn't.
And is-
He doesn't even acknowledge that you're there. He's still just wailing on the same dummy. This
Sure.
time with more careful, precise strikes. And he's just kind
she-
of muttering to himself.
And she's gonna start working through just training process. So starting with hand to hand, and then working through with just, I assume there's some training weapons there, and working her way through pretty much every weapon she knows except for a sword. and
After a
ending with
while,
the spear.
After a while, Hector will just go, I'd offer to spar with you, but it seems we're both a little too agitated for that.
Probably not the best idea at this time.
He goes, right, and you can see there's actually burn marks on the dummy. Apparently he did a couple smites to it as well. And he's just like, probably for the best. And you can see heavy bags under his eyes, and he like wraps his hands, puts his shirt back on, and he just starts to walk away, but he looks back and goes, for what it's worth, I apologize for my father. He's an asshole.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Yes, he did. And if you can't see that, you need to be more discerning of when people are being assholes to you. He treated you like you were a tool. He clenches his fist. You can see him like kind of clenching his hand his fist very tightly, and he's like, people aren't tools. And he just kind of like walks off.
She's just gonna go back to training. And then once she's done, is gonna just kneel on the ground. Just sitting there staring at the sword unsheathed in front of her. And at the last... Go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish what you're gonna do.
Just staring at all she was gonna do is, after probably longer than she thinks it is, stand up and go pick up one of the training swords.
Okay.
And start moving through those.
We'll come back to you. Cullen, you see the other very large man walk up the stairs. So she goes, I need the word, Cullen.
I nod, and I'll follow him if he leaves the area. Oh, am I still muted? No, okay. Yes, I'll follow him.
He leads you outside, and you can see Karina training, and you see Hector like walking back towards the barracks, and he just goes, I've got some distressing news.
Seems to be a fair amount of that.
You're gonna have... I'm not sure how you're gonna respond to this. This first part not really bad for you. The High Seeker. Well, you remember the cult of Fenrir. I assume you remember.
Very well.
They're still active. And one of their leaders has been seen nearby, near one of the seals of the blade.
Is this a new leader, or one from before?
It appears to be one from before, which is distressing. Because if I recall correctly, you killed him.
Well, things don't seem to be staying dead recently.
On the note of things not staying dead, I don't believe these are reports, but I figured you should know them. Apparently, a man matching Alvor's description was with them.
DM, remind me who that is.
I'm gonna disgorge you that.
Yeah. I know the name, it's just not in my head right now.
Not like we've had 400,000
name
Lord
drops.
Thompson alerts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of names. Lots of names.
We still haven't gotten to a spa.
Y'all
I know, right?
Y'all
We'll
asked
get
for
there.
a roleplay episode, and y'all know what I do on roleplay episodes.
We want a spa.
You're
You're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing great.
At the name,
names.
You're saying he's been sighted with him.
That's what we've heard. I don't think Tierna's daughter would find that amusing. But we sent a letter regardless.
Well, Have you told Karina?
I believe that's up to you. You are closer with her mother and her grandmother than anyone else.
But I'd say at this point you're closer with her and she's her own person.
That's fair, but I barely knew Alvor. I didn't know Tirna. I was a lad. I was a little boy. You were there. And from what I understand, you saw him die.
I did.
Then apparently someone's been raising people they're not supposed to.
Certainly an interesting selection of people as well.
Or it could be not true. But he was very distinct.
Aye, he was. So, just so we're clear on it, you're leaving the task of telling her to me.
I can tell her if you wish, or we can both go tell her. But there's another thing. I'm going to recommend that you and this lot with Karina go deal with it. Hector has been charged to do it alone.
Well, he'll die if he does.
I know.
But at this rate, who knows? He might not stay in the ground much longer than any of us do.
Well, the boy can't go alone, and he won't let anyone come with him.
Yeah.
His father's being a right prick.
I miss the days when there were proper rites and processes to be followed by people who actually knew what they were doing.
He wasn't always like this, but...
Aye, but it's how it is now.
Shall we go talk to the girl?
She has a name.
I know.
So use it. And I'll turn and I'll start walking towards the practice arena.
Koragar follows suit. So, Karina, they're walking straight, like, up front, like, where your face is facing, because they don't want to... Well, it's Koragar would, because he wouldn't want to, like, walk up behind you. So, you see the two lumbering men walk up to you.
Hang on. I gotta roll something for myself. Okay. I'm gonna hold a hand out for Koragar to not approach with me, just because, doesn't put the balance of the conversation in the right way if both of us approach like that.
Koragar looks at you, he just nods, and he...
I don't look at him when I do it.
Well, he looks at you, nods, and he just walks over to, like, kind of near the training equipment and just kind of leans on a training pole. And he just, like, waits.
You're gonna reach the end of the set she's doing, basically.
Yeah. Colin waits for her to get to a finishing point.
And then just kind of looks at him for a moment. She is drenched in sweat. Like, she's been out here for a while. And then we'll start to walk over to put away what I would assume is, in the pattern of things, a short, probably maybe a long sword at this point, to pick up the weapon that looks like a great sword.
Colin will, staying, a respectful distance away, but we'll begin talking. He says, you have very good form. You're very skilled. Do you like to just be told things, or do you like pleasantries leading up to them?
What?
I've been given some information that I've been told you should know. Do you want me to just give it to you? Or would you prefer we wind up to it?
What are you talking about?
Sorry, I'm not great at people skills.
Just tell me whatever it is that you need to tell me.
The cult of Fenrir is back. One of their leaders has been sighted around here, around one of the seals, and person rumoured to be dead, and another person thought to be dead is with them as well. Your father.
My what?
Your father.
Why? I don't even know who that is.
I didn't know, how much you knew about your family. I didn't want to start talking to you about it, but it seems that circumstances cut that off. Your father, do you know his name?
No.
Alvor.
My mother didn't talk about him much, except for to mention his existence.
His name was Alvor. And he died alongside me, fighting Fenris. So, it's a bit strange that apparently he's out and about walking, and walking with this person, no less.
Oh.
I'm sorry if this is a lot to throw on you.
All right. So, my father's... he fought with you to... And now he's with those...
Nothing confirmed. Nothing solid. But with everything else going on, it seems more likely than not.
All right. I didn't even know he was with my grandmother. I didn't really know that you were.
No.
My mother doesn't really talk about it. I mean, others do. It's legend. Just as much as that sword is, but... Yeah, you get told enough times you look like somebody that it just sort of becomes common knowledge.
Aye.
But it was always focused on her.
There are lots of things I want to ask you about your family, specifically relating to your... I don't even want to call it a conversation the way that man spoke.
Everyone's so upset at him.
Well,
He called out exactly what my weakness was. I mean, to be fair, I didn't think I'd ever see that sword again.
I understand that.
It wasn't... I used to dream of using it when I was little. And now I can barely touch it, so...
That sword carries the weight of a lot of history with it. And I don't think I wish anyone to carry that much.
Well, apparently, according to Kirikou, I'm... not supposed to be.
perhaps.
Oh.
But, in my opinion, for what it's worth, from what I've seen of you, both in battle and amongst your companions, you have the warrior spirit of your family inside you. And you'll find your own way to carry the weight of that weapon and to wield it as best you can.
You have a lot more faith in me than others did.
I've seen a lot of people, and it's easy to look at someone and to point out their weaknesses as a way to make them feel a certain way about themselves. Everyone has strength. You just have to look for it and find it. And you will. As I said, I can see that you're carrying something with you. It's not my place to know what it is. But there is strength in you. I can promise you that.
Thank you. What was he like?
It's a difficult question. Partially because my memories are still fractured.
Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah. It is what it is. Luckily, this was the last time. He's a very skilled fighter. I mean, I will not say more until I can say it for certain. But when I remember, you'll be the first to know.
I suppose I owe you a question, although I doubt I can answer it.
I've no real questions for you. But your mother's name? Britta, yes?
Yes?
When I remember more, I might have a question, but till then, you owe me nothing. And I will walk away.
Seeing the conversation or Korgar, he was trying not to listen in because he was like, not my business. He walks up to Cole and he goes, I'm off to have a word with that damn high seeker and grab Hector and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Keep an eye on them. Make sure they stay safe in the walls. We can't trust everybody.
That's what I'm here for.
Good. I like you. We can count on you. Glad Kylan found you.
I've no opinion of you yet.
That's fair. He just walks off. And as I said, we're going to cut away from you guys for a second because you see Ada and Felicity walking up to you. We're going to pan back to Felicity for a second from before. Felicity, you feel your sister waking you up and she's like, and 39's with them too. Come on.
No, 39 had already left.
Oh, 39 are at the site. Ada, she goes, Felicity, come on.
How early is it?
It's like 6 a.m.
Oh yeah, Tatum is definitely not there.
Yeah, she like pulls herself up very groggily.
Kaz is sleeping soundly, and she's like, let's leave Kaz alone for a bit. You and your friends need a break. Come with me. She grabs your hand and pulls you, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
And we're gonna.
My hair and she follows.
You see a very messy-haired Felicity with like her hair just lion's
Her
mane,
bangs are just
basically.
like
Walk up to
in her
you,
face,
Karina and Cullen, and she goes, "You two, follow me. Break time. No saying no."
You can't tell Felicity's looking at you.
And she pulls Felicity.
Or
She's like,
not.
"I'm back. Meet us back at the inn." And she kind of pulls her way back, and she knocks on everyone. She goes back to the inn, knocks on everyone's doors. All of you, wake up now!
I'd like to point
Nix
out,
is already awake at dawn.
Karina gets shoved like this giant bombshell of information every time, and then
Ada doesn't know that. She's like, "Come on." That's why she didn't
Sorry.
drag you, because she could kind of see something happen. She's like, "Just meet us at the inn."
Sorry, it
And
just
she's
made
like,
me
"Come
laugh.
on." And she's still
No
holding
processing.
Felicity's hand. Felicity,
Buzz.
Felicity,
Another clue.
you're 4 inches taller than her.
But I'm weak. It's more.
What I'm saying is, like, your hand would be down here being pulled.
No, she's just
She's being dragged.
She's so tired.
She knocks
Yeah,
on
no,
each
she's-
door, and I was like,
Oh.
"Come on, everyone up."
Keriku is actually up on the roof.
She's like, "Well, so Nix is the only one who opens her door."
Yeah, they've been awake since whenever dawn was, so.
So Nix opens when you open your door, Nix, you see Ada, and she goes, "Okay, if you're the only one, follow me. You guys need to break."
Okay.
She just tugs Felicity along with her.
Does she need a break?
She's gonna get a break. That's why we're going.
Just
I-
like what's your sure.
I don't need a break.
She's like, "Come on." She's like, "Now where are
Just like
39? She's like, "Where are 39 and Keriku?"
I have no idea.
Do I
I think
notice
at this point,
Keriku?
Keriku's. Yeah, I was gonna say. At this point, Keriku's walking downstairs and just.
She's like,
I couldn't help but notice the hair.
"Yes,
coming
but
in. I assumed we were talking.
we are going to take a break. My husband and Kaz is sleeping. There's nothing anyone else can do for them, so we're going to go take a break because you all need one.
What kind of a break?
We're going to the spa."
This early in the morning.
Honestly, the
Would you
best.
let-
time to
Felicity Nicole.
What? Don't yell.
go.
It's so loud.
Nicole. Didn't have that much wine, Felicity.
I'm not a morning person, Care. Can't you tell?
Right.
She's like, her bangs are like covering most of her
Well,
eyes.
it's more of a sauna / hot spring, but we're going.
Could we flavor prestidigitation a little bit, and Kara's just able to
Poof Felicity
not
to
perfectly, but at least give a little bit of a brush through of Felicity's hair.
Sure. And she goes, "Cullen, you don't seem like you need much of a break, but if you wish to join, you're welcome."
Well, I've been told to keep an eye on you lot, so I'm not just gonna stay here.
Right.
I mean,
Off we
sounds
go.
really terrible to keep an eye on people in the spa. So, I say join us.
Well, where were you, Keriku?
Oh, I was up on the roof.
Why?
Just thinking of it.
What did you do?
And
to
he's
my
got
hair?
the flowers from his door handle, just between his fingers.
What was I gonna say? Oh, Nix has probably added them to their braids. The goldenrod.
Oh, that's cute. So she's like lightly telling you all, "Come on, let's
she's kind of like collecting herself slowly but surely.
And she leads you guys to like a kind of it's not very far away. It's a very nice building. It's a wooden building, and she leads you inside, and she's like, now we do have, and there's just there's a doorway, and then past you can see like a large steaming pool. She's like, right, changing rooms are there and there.
Alright.
She goes, there's
Men,
also a
women.
third, there's also one men, women, and the third is I don't know what we call it now, but like it's, anyone can use it, it's fine.
The T-Rex changing.
Nix's new pronoun, T-Rex.
T-Rex. That's it.
T-Rex. Yes.
What I, for one, could very much
Karina has
use
already
this.
headed towards the changing room. She's gone.
Is there also wine available as he's walking in?
There is. She's like, Order of Lord Wolfrun, give them whatever they want.
Cullen will go into one of the changing rooms.
Like how you pout.
Sure,
I like how
Felicity
you're
will
pouting.
get pulled into one.
No, Cullen knows he doesn't get days like this very often.
Nyx is debating, but honestly not for the reason that it sounds like you were expecting. But eventually we'll think about it and then go to change.
All right, so as you all come out of your changing, you can chat with each other in the changing rooms if you would like, but
So we're all here except for 39, right?
yeah.
Yeah, Karina would notice. Anyone seen 39?
She was in the inn in the morning.
I
and
figured.
then-
I'll make a note for Colin. She wasn't wearing her regular clothes.
Okay.
She was dressed differently. And her hair
Well,
was
I've-
down.
Karina
Well, I've
holds
known
up
you
the
for a
flowers.
day.
I mean, technically, Karina wasn't dressed the same either.
Colin just assumes you guys got different outfits.
Yeah, we got lots of
clothes. She was in the morning and then went off somewhere. Seemed perfectly fine. Assume she had personal things to see to.
I could send a message.
I mean, you might as well let her know where we are. She did sort of go off on her own when we were...
Yeah, okay.
You can do that.
Supposed to do that, and you guys get after me. That's not a really
To
fair
be fair,
comparison,
she
never
doesn't
mind.
drop dead half the time.
No, I realized that it was coming out of my mouth.
Yeah. You know,
Okay,
you could
so-
come train in the morning instead of sitting staring at the sky.
There's a phrase for this, but I'm just going to simply answer no.
I'll use sending and cast a message to 39.
Okay.
Ah! Okay.
One.
I'm gonna count.
One.
Hey, 39, it's Fel at Spa. What's the spa name? That's not the question. Like, that's not a character. What's the spa name?
Gold Glitter Spa.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, disgusting.
He owns
she says at Gold Glitter Spa, meet you there. Or whatever.
You
or
hear
whatever, okay?
You hear back. I told you, the catalog needs an addition to the Illuminaire's Bardic Inspiration for Stupid Idiots. What?
She's...
I love her. Val just like looks at Care and then back her head like.
Okay. Before we
That
begin,
moment I wish I had.
before we begin the spa day, one last bit of angst. As what you don't see, Hector with a pack on his back is starting to walk out of the city gates. Koragar is standing there, and he puts a hand on his chest and he says, "I'll not let you go, lad." Well, it's not really your choice, Koragar. My father has ordered me to do this, and I must do it alone. Koragar listens, "You'll die." How you say? Because they are a bit out of your pay grade alone. You have allies. You have friends. It's friends like you. Friends who let my sister die. It wasn't anyone's fault, lad. Not mine, not Kylan's, nobody's. Well, it may not be my father, but I can still live up to my sister. Korgar still has his hand on his chest. He's like, I'm not letting you leave alone. So if you're going, you're gonna have me tag it along. Or you can wait for a group to come with you. So take your happy ass back in those doors, go sit down, and think for once in your life about what's best for you, not what's best for your father. Hector begrudgingly turns around and Cora goes, your father is grieving still. He doesn't know what he's bound to lose. Wait. If your father yells at you, tell him to come talk to me. And he walks with Hector back to Korrigar's house. Lets Hector into his house. Stands there and just leans against the door. The Korrigar special. Standing at doors while people get to sit and think.
We love it.
And he hears Hector punch something and just goes, and then we'll pan back to you guys having fun.
Oh man, does she...
I would assume Kao's the first one to walk in. He knows how to get out of his clothes quickly.
Brayden's probably
Are y'all fully, or are y'all wearing?
I don't know.
underwear?
What's the vibe of this place?
There's a lot of
different
naked.
spots
There's a lot of
Is-
naked people in the water. Ada's butt naked, and she's up there.
A lot of bodies.
A lot of bodies.
Actually, Karina will start to walk out of the changing room and then look back. Like I don't know if Nyx came with Felicity and Karina, or if Nyx went into the T-Rex only.
Oh, they went into a separate one. Since there's the option.
You coming? Felicity.
Yeah, Felicity is basically mirroring whatever Ada's doing.
So
So she's also not wearing anything.
And Ada's got the
And it's just
tiniest baby bump.
Aw. And she's just staying close to her sister, and making sure the sauna waters aren't like deep.
They're not. You get in. It's like there's a little like seats, like a seated area kind of thing, and she just sits back and she just goes, "Oh, so Felicity, sit down and de-stress."
She like tries to mirror her position. Yes. We're de-stressing, right? She's not quite there yet. She's also kind of very like self-conscious.
She's like
right now.
And Ada just goes, "Karina, dear, are you coming?"
Yeah. And Karina's actually going to come out with the sword. But she's as much as she's really uncomfortable. That's the only thing.
No clothes and a sword.
She's just got it. She's naked with a sword. There we
Yeah,
go.
pretty much.
Naked with a sword.
It's a vibe, really.
It's like the one
I
thing,
mean-
like, at this point, she's, like, afraid.
Who's gonna complain about a naked woman with a sword? I don't
Fair.
think anybody.
But she does, like, she sets it, like, to the side. It's just not taking it in the water. And then settles down and leaves her head back and shuts her eyes for a few minutes. Just
And Karaku, you were already out there, so.
Yeah, no. Kare's there already in the water, just like leaned back.
I
Here
assume
in the world.
where Karina's from, there are other. This is not. She's been to these before.
Yeah, she's been to these before. These
Yeah,
are commonplace.
This
Been
would
to
be
the
something
sauna?
she and her sister would do easily. Yeah, just completely comfortably casual, not anything.
Right now, I just need Nyx and Cullen. Who comes out next?
Yeah, Nyx will come out eventually.
Colin,
Anyway.
Colin comes
I love
out
his flow.
also naked. He doesn't wear a lot, but he's very like slow and methodical about it. But I think also now, like now that he doesn't have like the big kind of mantle and the hood on and his kind of waist wrap and all and the rest of it. And I don't think I said this on stream, so I'll say it now. He had, in addition to all of the like the swirling blue kind of Celtic designs down his like his chest and sides and his arms, he is covered in scars, like an uncomfortable amount of scars that that a living person shouldn't have. Like there's numerous scars that are like the same on the front and the back. As though something went completely through. There's a scar that goes all the way around his neck. He's got like burn scars all over part of his body. His demeanor does not change whatsoever as he walks out, just like steps into the water. Still doesn't sit down though. It's just sort of standing there.
Suddenly, naked T-Rex Nix walks out.
Surprise!
Full T-Rex.
There's
no clothes. You're good.
I was 100% considering wild shaping, but no, it's actually Nix that comes out.
Dolphin.
Yeah, because you don't need to change to wild shape like your clothes.
To be fair, the first thing
Shape
Nix
with you.
ever did in any of the Chronicles of Ravira stuff was look at Ruka's one-shot character, go, bird.
Bird.
It's true.
But
Do you trust me?
Bird.
Bird.
So you're all sitting in this very large, basically gigantic hot tub, and Colin's I'm just picturing everyone else is like leaning against the edge, and Colin's just standing in the middle.
Not even arms crossed. He's
just standing.
He's just standing in the same way he always. Not just
In the
with
middle.
you guys. Colin just doesn't sit. Also, his hair is out.
It's long, beautiful, flowing mane. His Ferdinand von Ayer is showing.
Yeah.
Colin, my friend, do you prefer not to sit?
Yeah, I prefer not to sit.
Fair enough. No judgment.
I spend a hefty portion of my existence laying down.
No, that's fair.
Standing's nice.
Also, Axos is like curled up behind Felicity and Ada.
Don't like that.
Well, no, he's not like in the water with y'all. He's like outside the pool, but he's just like laying down behind you and Ada. Little dragon dog.
So do we have other people in the spa with us?
There's not anyone right now. It's just you guys and Ada. And after a few minutes, 39 walks in.
She's just all ready to go. Her hair is down. There are flowers all in it. She just steps in, dunks under, comes back up, and sits.
Where did you go?
Oh, since you all sleep for so long, I found something to keep myself occupied.
But where did you go?
Which is?
Damn, did we ever make a name for this place?
That wizard's place is just it's just his
Waverly.
tower.
Just the wizard's tower.
It's just his tower.
Who did you meet there? A wizard's tower?
A wizard.
A wizard.
Does this wizard have a name?
I think that's on you.
I go with the heck out of that 39 never asked his name.
Nope.
Where did Kier come from?
He had books
I've been here
and
the whole
needed
time.
help, so I let myself in.
I mean, that...
He didn't seem to mind.
I find it hilarious that this is the strangest thing you all are latching onto.
There are a
I'm
great
just
many
curious
odd things
is all.
that have happened.
Also, Cullen, you reminded me of one of my tutors. Can't you just at least look like you're a bit more comfortable?
I'm extremely comfortable.
Yeah, but you also look like you're about to yell at me for my forms being wrong when I'm writing runes or something, and never mind. And she like shifts so that she's not looking at him because he totally reminds her of one of her tutors.
At that, Cullen walks over the edge and sits down.
Oh. Character development.
He's not an.
No. I know. I'm just teasing
He's not
you.
a mean guy.
I know he's not mean. I'm just teasing you. He sat down.
And once 39 remembers she has the flowers in her hair, she's going to start quickly taking them out.
Fel's definitely going to
for
lean
most-
forward towards 39. Question.
You have an inquiry?
I have a lot. Nix, did you want to?
Oh, I was just gonna say, for most of this time, Nyx has been like sitting on the edge of the spa, just like staring at the water. Seems like deep in thought. You're not entirely sure what's going on, but the moment.
Is
Some of that good
39
stuff.
putting those flowers into the water?
No, she's like actually kind of like hiding them. Like, oh, I forgot. I am not supposed to have these.
Oh. No.
No, just in general.
So.
Are there any goldenrods or Hell's Violent in her hair?
Nope.
Okay.
They're all like morning glories and small flowers that would grow or bloom under moonlight. But she is quickly putting them away with this kind of I don't want to get in trouble sort of vibe. I don't want that argument again.
Yeah, it felt like Siddle's closer and is like, So you left early. You have flowers in your hair. You went to a tower.
I see this assumption.
So like, who did you meet? Like, you said a wizard, but like, was it a wizard or like a wizard?
An old wizard.
But like, how do you know them?
I don't.
So you went and met someone.
Went into the city looking for a way to procure funds. And I happened upon a wizard who seems to suffer from insomnia, and I noticed that his book collection was uncomfortably disorganized, and so I offered my knowledge and skills in exchange for coin.
Does she seem
Insight
like she's
check.
being forthright? Yeah.
Insight checks galore. Oh god, Cullen.
Kair's passive is 19.
Holy.
Absurd.
Oh, wow. I am
30-20 for
very
me.
focused on what I'm doing right now, so I rolled a 2. Oof.
She is being
My passive is 17. but I rolled real bad.
100% honest. She's being completely like this. This is what I've been doing.
I admit, not quite the outcome that I was hoping for. Part
I'm
of me was hoping that
sorry
you like.
to disappoint your expectations.
No. They're not real expectations. They're more of just a silly fantasy.
I
to
want to be looking at Ada this entire time.
counteract all the seriousness that's been going on lately. I was hoping that you were meeting a lover or something.
Karina dunks her head in
Nick's
her
like-
water to stop herself from laughing.
It's not that funny. It's really not. It's not.
Yeah, Nyx looks up from the water.
She's like, what, lovers?
I'm not sure.
They're,
how I could
they're
have-
just like, what?
I'm not sure how I could
wizard
have
in a tower.
could have gotten a lover at so short a time. Besides, that seems like a frivolous pursuit.
Noted. And Belle just kind of looks at the flowers, but doesn't like. She goes back to like out of 39's face.
If
and is
39
just kind of
notices
thinking.
Fel look at the flower, she's gonna kind of crush them and just shove them up back some more.
Interesting. And she's just kind of like, you can definitely tell she's just thinking about some things.
Ada just goes, well, Felicity, not everyone is in pursuit of romance, but on that note, and she turns and looks at you.
Felicity turns her head the other way, like, what are we looking
He's like,
at?
no, look at me.
Yes, dear? Ooh, I shouldn't have said dear.
Don't be mother.
It doesn't work for me.
She's like, don't be mother.
Oh, that made it worse. What is it?
She just leans in and whispers, is there anyone you're a little interested in?
Karaku's got good enough ears. He slides over by Karina with
So
with
does
the
Karina. Karina just kind of, when he does, just kind of leans back, totally cat. If he has a wine goblet, she takes that
I was
from
gonna
his
say,
hand and
hands
takes
the
a
wine
sip.
for sure. Oh yeah.
I don't. Well, one, we're love clerics. I mean, at least I'm a love cleric, so.
I'm not even a
love is-
cleric.
Okay, listen, love is what we do. That's what we do. We're supposed to do. It's in our name. And then, secondly, to whom are you, referring to?
You think I didn't notice you having a lovely little chat with Davith?
I mean, doesn't one normally want to have amiable chats with people that they just met for the first time in the middle of the night in their private space?
Not him.
Wait, what do you know about him?
He did some interesting.
Well, other than
He
the
has the
fact,
glass back.
other than the fact that he's like he is quite handsome, but not quite my type. He's a little too skinny for me, but he is very smart, loves books. Like,
I know.
And also, he is quite the charmer when he wants to be, but he's just been under a lot of stress because the High Seeker's been quite rude to him in particular a lot lately.
He told me. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. He'll stand up to Kylan all day, but not the High Seeker. Interesting. But
who is this person?
None of your business.
You're speaking loud enough that we can hear it across the pool.
He was a drow.
Oh. They are very...
Daddy, no!
Drow are very attractive.
Bros?
Felicity, I am not the charismatic type, so I must glean information concerning another's nature through others that are.
That's fair, 39. That really is fair, but I don't think I don't think we're playing the same game here.
No.
I think we are.
She goes, also, he's very single.
Listen!
And at least he's not an old guy in a tower. Just saying.
Fair.
I had one conversation with him, and he was very nice, and yes, handsome, but shush. She like kind of sinks under the water a little bit.
After about 10 minutes of everyone chatting, Nyx goes from staring at the water. You know that scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off when he just stares at the water and then just falls straight in?
I love it.
That is Nyx. I cast water breathing on myself. I was ritual casting. And just sink to the
She goes,
bottom.
whatever helps her relax. She goes, oh, and Keku. Just make sure my brother-in-law doesn't get physically harmed in any endeavors that concern you.
Oh, certainly.
Emotionally, he can handle it. He's a good boy. He's an adult, and he knows things as they are. I asked him about you, and he went, oh, him? That is a good time. And walked away.
That's all it is, dear.
Good.
I did find out some good information about that.
About what?
Just about one of your previous balances.
Oh, her.
Oh, we should not be speaking that out loud.
That's why we're not.
At all.
We're not.
He's like
down after she saw Nyx do it. After a few minutes, and
Uh.
just gonna sink down to see her underneath and start making hand motions, like you know, like little kids do. Like they try to talk to each other underwater. She's totally just doing that.
It is up to 10 willing creatures. Nyx did not tell everyone, but they did cast it on everyone else.
Oh, so it's okay when Nyx does.
Yeah, because it's helpful.
It's water breathing.
I don't
It's not a
think
charm
Karina, like
spell.
Karina doesn't know, so she's gonna be holding her breath, which she can do for an extended amount of time with her con score. But and so she's just doing the whole like, and then all of a sudden we'll be like, and realize she can breathe.
Question, Jacob. Is Cullen having fun?
Colin's having a great time.
He just is Captain
Yeah,
Holt.
yeah.
I've never been happier.
I've never been. I'm devastated. No, Colin's just sitting there, just watching everyone talk. I probably when Felicity like turned away from Ada, just like Colin just happened to be there, just like just eye contact.
Her face probably got so red. She just...
Ada just goes, so Felicity, what is your type? Are you more like me and like the muscular boys, or are you more like Renna and like the skinnier boys?
I would rather not say out loud. It's embarrassing.
Aren't these your friends?
Yes.
We've been friends for 3 days, 4 days,
They
5
don't
days.
need to know who I find attractive.
She just looks at you. We'll talk later.
Yes, that'll be fine.
Regardless, Felicity, I would very much advise not spreading that information that you just learned far. At least not while we're in the city.
Okay. I wouldn't spread it, period. Unlike some of you, I keep information to myself because I actually happen to care about the people that it pertains to. So I'm not going to be spreading secrets around or taking secrets.
Oh,
Thank you.
You grew out of your blabbermouth phase. Good for you.
Listen, I was framed. It wasn't me. I don't blab.
You
At
were.
least not about the important things.
You were.
Crushes are different.
You were 19. It wasn't that long ago.
It was 6 years? 5 years? No, 6 years. Right? Age is irrelevant. I...
Yes, that would make sense from you, Colin.
How old are you, Cullen?
Yes, Colin, how old are you?
Deflection.
Shush.
I'm not done with you. She just points at you. I'm not done with you.
Sinks under the bubbles.
Yeah.
So now Karina, Nyx, and Felicity are just having a bubble party underwater.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. I've been around for a very, very long time as far as, my age. I do age when I'm alive. So, theoretically, if I don't die, eventually I will grow older. But I generally don't spend a whole lot of time walking around getting old.
And I just go, looks, goes, are you human? We don't see many of those here, so I'm not sure.
Cullen's face goes from his face was pretty relaxed, but then it kind of sinks back into his RBF as his brow goes down. He just goes, not exactly.
Fair enough, won't pry further. And
Supposed to be talking about fun things.
She pulls Felicity out of the water. You
What? What is it?
don't hide from me.
Like I could. She tries again. She looks away.
Nyx and Karina have been silently miming at each other under the water. And Felicity, do you have your feet in the water?
Mm-hmm. She's submerged.
Fully submerged. You feel something grasp around your ankle, like a long, almost tendril, and goes to pull you.
She lets out like a scream, like a gasp, like something's got me.
Anyone who can actually like see above the water sees an octopus on the bottom of the spa that is grasped.
She likes
Is she wild shaped underwater to be an octopus?
Oh, we've been messing with each other this entire
Octonix.
time.
Octonix.
Fun fact, sound travels faster underwater, so it's probably easier to talk
We've
underwater
been miming.
than it is in air.
Yeah, Felicity's freaked out.
So-
She's like, oh my gosh, something's got me, something's
So we have Spider Nix, Horse Nix, T Nix, and Octonix.
She likes things with 8 appendages, apparently.
Karaku, shut up, something's got me!
Oh, it's Nick. You're fine.
What?
You can see, like, you know those, I think they're tiny, but a larger version of those octopi with, like, the bright blue ringlets.
Oh,
You mean
what?
the super
Oh, sorry,
venomous-
Not the poisonous I'm not poisonous.
I was
Yeah.
saying, you mean the super venomous
But,
octopus?
like, small, but they're kind of more designed to almost look like little constellations across the
Okay, I was about to say, did you just kill
Poison? I think you just killed Fel.
Because those things are super venomous.
Just because they didn't say my type?
Yay,
Nix is like, how dare you not give me stuff?
How dare you leave beans unspilled?
Yeah, she's definitely still like, knows it's probably Nyx now, but doesn't entirely believe that, and is like, semi-freaking out. So she like stands up out of the water. Yeah.
Karina comes up just laughing the entire time.
Karina hears a voice, Nyx's voice in her head say, "It's a good idea, it worked pretty well."
You guys hear doom 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 cannonball as Kaz lands in the middle of all of you. Gets up, looks perfectly fine. You get water washed all over all of you.
I use danger sense to stand up before he hits the water so I don't get a wave over me.
Yeah. And he gets up and he does the dog shake. Spur goes, hey everybody.
Hello, Cal.
Hello, lad.
I'm better now.
Yes, you gave me quite a scare. She like gives him a little like flack. Like
He goes, oh, I'm sorry. And Ada just looks at him and she goes, don't ever scare me. Don't scare Auntie Ada or Auntie Fel ever again. Okay.
That's terrifying.
And he just kind of sits down, intentionally sits right next to Cullen as he is kind of like got a case of, this guy's cool. He sits by him after he first met him. Also, you killed a young blue dragon together, so he's like...
Yeah. He's my boy now.
Barbarian fight. Oh, great. Now someone else has adopted Kaz.
But I say, fellas, like, I'm not at all jealous that people keep adopting.
Now Fel and Cullen are now Kaz's parents, because Soldier abandoned him.
Well, sorry, Colin. You got a Minotaur now.
Dang it.
Oh
Someone
no.
Stab me in the neck.
A Minotaur friend.
Oh no.
You joke, but I have a player in another campaign who's been begging me. He's like, I just want to convince a Minotaur to be my friend. He's also decided that Minotaur, the language, is Italian.
Minotaur.
Question.
Yeah.
Are there any like oils or salts or
There
anything?
are.
39
There are
is using them and she knows how to use them. So
Also, a waiter comes up with more wine. And Kaz just goes, do you have beer? And they're like, no, but we have wine. And Ada goes, Kaz, dear, it would do you good to try some wine. Try some. He takes the bottle and drinks the whole thing, puts it back, burps. It tastes better than beer.
It's a bit of the point.
We learn something new every day.
And then he immediately...
And also just went through serious healing, from what I've
It's
heard.
stronger than beer.
There we go.
Oh dear.
Ada goes,
You'll be fine. Sit down,
I didn't
sir.
mean the whole bottle.
Have a sit, sweat it out. You'll be fine.
Our sister didn't teach him anything, did she?
Are there, Cole, are there, Colin's gonna look around just kind of make sure that we aren't being observed in in an evil fashion.
In an evil fashion.
Yeah.
What's your passive? Or I guess if you're gonna investigate, give me a perception check. Actually.
Yeah. Not great. 10.
You don't notice anything in particular. Keriku, you can give me a perception check, though.
Yes, sir. That is not horrible. That's a 16.
You see from the front entrance Alurica looking in, and she just smirks at you and walks away.
I'm back next to Keriku. So.
Back next to Keriku. Is Nyx still in Octonix underwater?
Yeah, Nyx reaches out a tentacle and grabs at Kaz's leg.
He stomps on the leg with his hoof.
No, Kaz. That's Nyx.
Should have expected that.
Oh! He puts his mouth only underwater and just goes. Pulls his mouth back up.
If he actually wanted to do damage, that would have shot me out of wild shape.
Kara finally noticing 30.
Wait,
Let's
no,
say it does. It knocks her out of wild shape. Or knocks them out of wild shape.
Because 39 noticing that Nyx is now out of wild shape, there's this kind of like missed opportunity. She was gonna ask for stuff with the suctions, but okay. She's
Cupping?
Cupping.
Yeah.
She's got some pains.
I'm glad you specified with the suctions and not said the tentacles, because that would have been like 39. No.
Keriku noticing 39 actually using the oils and salts was like, oh yeah, those are things. Goes over, and this would actually be the point where now everybody in the party would see Keriku's back is nowhere near to the level of Colin, but is riddled with scars. And there is a tattoo there, but it is destroyed. The scar's gone through it. But then Kerr grabs. He looks happy. He's just grabbing oils.
Noted.
Lavender. Overrated, to be perfectly honest with you. Smells wonderful, but overrated.
Young seems more your speed.
I'm glad somebody knows what they're talking about. Thank you.
Ada. Fel just sidles over to Ada and is just like nice.
But also while they're kind of talking over those, say, were the flowers you?
Has anyone else produced flowers?
Not that I know of.
Kaz pops up and goes.
Nick slowly raises their hand.
Kaz like holds his like wet dripping flowers out of the like goes. Oh, I'm sorry. He puts them in his horns again.
I guess Nyx has done it once before, but
oh.
Are you concerned?
No. Really want to thank you for the gesture.
She's gonna touch the green bells. This is my thanks to you.
Whatever for.
I have spent all of my life studying the arcane. I recognize when it has saved my life.
Takes him a moment, but he remembers. Simply trying to help someone that is more skilled than I to better themselves even.
I don't think anyone here is more skilled than any other. It's a matter of their talents balancing on others.
True. In the situation of combat, we all know that I lack. But I can help.
I don't think you lack, Keriku.
In the physical aspect, I may, but it's been interesting to look, and he'll actually start looking at everybody else. It's been interesting to learn everyone's strengths, even the ones they don't recognize.
Have you read Illuminary's Guide?
I was taking a while to... I have.
Then why are you still in the box?
If you're referring to the box in the sense of Illuminary's Guide, I allow myself to fall into the box consciously. It is a choice.
It's a crippling one.
But a useful one, unfortunately.
I'd like to see you free. Like many of the others.
Eventually that freedom will come. But there's other things to do first.
A great many.
And there are many types of freedom.
She gives him this very long reading into this. Kirku, do me a favor. Don't leave me. Not that kind of freedom.
He'll take the flowers and just kind of... She put him in a ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
He'll kind of do a little fancy flare with his fingers, and it ends up on his wrist. If it's in my power, I'll try not to.
And I will try to keep you alive.
You've got your work cut out for you there. But
I've discovered something new that might make it easier.
We'll have to share.
She gets this mischievous smile. In a way that I choose.
Over dinner? I know some of the best places in town.
It's not something that you could show off during dinner unless you wanted to start a riot or...
Sounds exciting to me. But
You can see she's not computing what you're asking. She's thinking, how can I use this during a dinner?
Can I assume that Karina can hear all of
Oh,
this?
everyone can hear.
We're just like,
Everyone can hear.
Karina's just gonna
here and
lean
they're,
her
like,
head
very
back
deep.
and go, 39, he's asking you on a date. And then head back up and the wine glasses at her.
knew
lips.
it.
Ada's gonna look next to
I had my
Felicity and
suspicion.
she's gonna go, are they always that cute?
They do this often, and I had my suspicions.
That's so cute. You should say yes, dear.
Yes, dear?
Eat them alive.
That's even better.
Kara will turn to Ada. You asked for that one.
You're
You're
welcome.
the one doing most of the asking right now, and way too subtly.
Come on, Kai, you can do better than that.
I mean, Nyx was less subtle, and she was an octopus and could have done it better.
Date with an octopus just sounds awkward.
In my own time.
Day.
And in your own
Fun.
time, 39.
She's now
QC.
thinking
Nyx is
of
like slowly
dates?
wandered off into the spot.
She's now trying to
Fellas,
figure out
like,
what a date is.
39, come here. Come here,
At the,
39.
at the,
And, like, whispers it in her ear. Like, exactly what that would be.
At that moment, a woman comes in. She leans over to Ada and whispers something in her ear. And Ada goes, Felicity, enjoy your bath with your friends. I have to go. Kylan is awake. Stay with your friends.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take care of him. You all have fun. Not too much fun. But,
Fun would be
Go
back
ahead.
at the tower.
Are we not already having fun?
keep having fun. Keep having fun. I'll see you all later. And she just gets up, walks away.
As she's leaving, in a scarily perfect copy of her voice, he just says, "Bye, dear."
She just turns and looks at you and she goes, "You know I'm a crack shot."
I'm aware.
Nyx pinpoints that mimicry. You probably don't notice because you're looking the other
Oh,
way,
yeah,
but I noted, like, almost like swivel my head.
Didn't
around
expect the asking out on a date to happen so soon.
He's like, oh crap, now I need to like...
Fel's like, come here, darling, come here.
Yeah,
Come
no,
here.
if
Come
39
right now.
tries to go, Karina helps Fel like grab 39.
Get her.
The whole party's like, we ship this, let's go. And
It
meanwhile,
is
Cullen is
episode
just.
5.
Meanwhile, Cullen is like, I am enjoying this immensely.
As soon as
complete euphoria.
As soon as Ada goes, though, Felicity does slip out of the spa.
Kaz goes, "We're going here, Phil."
Don't look at me, I'm naked.
Looks away. And he winks, "Wait,
She
are
kinda-
you all naked?" And
Yeah.
you can somehow
Yeah.
see a Minotaur blush as he realizes 39 and Karina are naked and just walks to the other side of the massive hot tub and just faces away from y'all. He
Is
did not
Felicity going back
realize.
into the changing room, or
No, he's facing the wall
no?
on the other.
Felicity.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, she had quickly put on like that white slip that she wears under her stuff and is just kind of like drying off and minding your business.
You
Are
know
we,
you
are
can
we done?
relax. Just
No. Y'all were talking. You asked her on a date. Focus.
I asked
elsewhere.
her to dinner.
Yes, isn't that what a date is?
Not always.
No.
Now that I know
No.
it.
You can
wouldn't
find it
scare.
yourself.
I mean, to be fair,
Why do
While
we
they're
assume
talking,
that
she tries
everything
to
I say has
keep
to
drying
do with a
off.
date?
it was more the tone of your voice.
You have a particular romantic quality to your voice.
I love Cullen.
Coming from someone with that hair, Colin, I take that as the highest of compliments.
It just grows like this.
Cullen is the
Seriously,
definition
no
of
products,
I woke up.
no oils, nothing?
I lie in a tomb most of the time.
You do realize he's trying to distract us all, right?
She's in the lobby, or like she's like looking around the other side.
I'll
Got
get
it.
her, and I get out.
No one needs to get her.
There's a reason. So chill your roll right now, miss.
You have to catch me.
I would. Let me look at movement speeds. Karina's faster.
Yeah, I was gonna say, pretty sure I'm faster.
Fair.
Colin does kind of look at you guys and go, with everything you all have been through, it definitely seems like you deserve a relaxing day.
Thank you. You know what? Why don't we all go to dinner? I will treat. Don't all speak at once.
Kaz is
I'm
like,
catching up with
I like
Felicity.
food. Kaz yells from the other. I like food.
Kaz, dear, we will get you a half of a cow because you didn't get the pig.
That's not okay.
Oh no!
Way to scar. Good job.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where is
I can eat pigs all
Yeah, is
I
Felicity
She's like-
is she leaving or just like wandering around?
She's literally looking for like the place where you would buy the things that they're the product they're using and stuff. Like she's
Got it.
more towards the front. She's dressed in something light and she's just kind of like looking at the wares and whatever's around in the
little
front lobby
glass figures that are displayed in the case.
Yeah, she just kind of she seems to be just kind of slightly wandering a bit, but at the same time has like this like curiosity that she's kind of, like I said, just kind of aimlessly walking around a little. Now
wrap,
that her
wrap a towel
Ada isn't
around herself, and after a few minutes of watching this, then Karina will go over. Did you want to buy something in particular?
I don't know. I just...
The hairiest
like-
dwarf you've ever seen walks out with no shirt on, long black beard. You can't even tell he's not wearing a shirt because he's just covered in black hair on his chest. And he just goes, "All right, what you want?"
Oh, just browsing at the moment. Though, actually, no. Do you have any, I guess, bath salts to go?
He pulls out this big box and just...
Perfect.
It's in there.
Okay.
Leave the money on the... Well, you take whatever you want. Lord Wolfrun is paying.
That's what I was hoping.
I'll be sure
and
to
so-
tell him it was his sister-in-law.
Yes, please do.
The dwarf
Yes.
saunters back. You now realize he's just wearing a towel, and he just walks back into his office.
Living it out.
See? Bodies. And then she, starts picking out, very particular scents that are available that she likes and kind of tucking them into the bag of holding or whatever. And then, she just, like I said, she's just... You really don't have to be out here, Karina. I'm literally just...
Oh no, I
walking
just
around.
happened to notice that you didn't do that well. Your sister was here as if you weren't sure
Well-
if you were allowed to, but now that she's not, you're much more willing to take your own
She did drag me.
incentive.
Yeah, well, it's not that. It's that I love Ada and I respect Ada, and Ada wanted me at her side, so I was there and I enjoyed it. But to be honest, and you can, if you look closely, I might have you do perception or something to see how much you would notice of her face. Is that perception?
Give me a perception check, Karina. Or, no, that would be insight. That would be insight. Give me an insight
yeah.
check.
Oh, 2 10s for a 14.
That's it.
I have natural advantage because of my abilities.
You would see that Felicity's performance, her attitude is at that very brief moment it cracks ever so slightly, and she just kind of okay. To be honest, I don't care for crowded spaces like that and people. And to be honest, I've been trying to get alone for a while. But no one ever lets me go very far. So I am fine. I really am. But I just, I want to know what it feels like to just wander a little bit. And you all are in the same place. You're not going anywhere. And I can only take so many, what we've discussed previously with the lack of clothing. So...
The bodies.
Exactly. The bodies. And also, I know my sister means it in good graces and intentions and whatnot, but I can only deflect on the romance topic so often, and it...
Why do you have to deflect?
There's a lot to unpack. I just... basically, all you need to know is that it's better that she thinks I have very, very, very silly notions about such things and feelings and
That makes
ridiculousness.
absolutely no sense.
It doesn't have to right now. All that I'm asking is that you, if it happens, maybe play along a little bit.
That you're completely dumb when it comes to romance?
Yes.
Don't worry, you kind of are. By the way, try the nectarine blossom and honeysuckle. And she reaches in and pulls out a bag that she recognizes. and hands it over, and then just kind of pats Felicity on the shoulder, and then goes back and jumps right back in the pool.
Good.
Karina does have more experience.
That's not exactly what she meant, but she'll take it because that's what she wants. But yeah, she'll just sit down at like the nearest place and just kind of like observe people.
So, Kaz is gonna get out and shake his fur off, and he's gonna go, I'm tired. I'm gonna go eat.
You really should after drinking that bottle of wine.
And then the same dwarf waddles out and hands him a jug of water and goes, I saw, drink. He chugs the whole thing of water. Thank you, small man. You're welcome. Takes the jug and walks back. Kaz is just like, he's hairy like me. And then just walks. Kaz is hammered at this point. He just stumbles his way out the door and sees Felicity, and he just like waves at her. And then he stumbles his way out the front door.
Careful.
I have a feeling he's going to be fine.
Did he put his clothes back on?
No.
No, I'll get shy.
Naked Minotaur.
I will.
Fine, I got it. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the last time Karina went after somebody, she got told to leave them alone. So now she's kind of like, okay.
Kara just whips, like, the towel just whips around his waist real fast, and he just runs out with the towel on. Like, he doesn't even think about the towel wrapping around. It's just one hand motion, just, and then out. Kaz,
He goes, huh? Oh, those are my trousers.
You're naked, yes. Please put these on.
I need those. And he puts his pants on backwards.
Oh, dear boy.
I'm going to sleep for a while.
Good choice. You can get back to your room just fine, yes? Remember, it's just up those stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Okay. Goodbye, horny man. And he's like,
there's 4 horns, I'm going to go with that.
no, it's because of you and the gold boy.
Ah, fair enough.
I'm
I will
young,
see that
not
food
dumb.
is brought to your room, Kaz.
Who's teaching this child?
He's an adult, okay?
He found
Hell
those
just like
books.
slowly
He's
turns.
20 years
More
old.
than other people, I have to say.
He's
Phil
20
just like
years
slowly
old.
turns away. I didn't do it. Maybe a little.
He goes into his room and he goes to sleep.
Kara walks back in, and just stops by Felicity, just for a moment, doesn't say a word, and just kind of does a little flourish, and there is a folded, like an origami sun, almost perfectly replicating the sun that she wears, and he just hands it to her and walks without.
Hey, Nix, you want to give me a wisdom saving throw?
Sure.
Oh no.
What is happening at the spa?
Is there anything in it? Like she's just like.
It looks like there's writing somewhere on it.
That's a 12.
Good thing you cast water breathing. You fall asleep.
Okay.
Magical sleep. And
I was above the water. Like,
so you
the last moment, so I sink under the water.
Okay, so let me change the music for something more fitting.
Excuse.
Hold on. I get
I
cool
am
We were
ideas.
ready
naked,
to go to dinner. We were ready to go to dinner.
Excusez-moi?
To be
There's
fair,
still gonna be
Cole DM'd me, and then I'm like, well, yeah, I'm done, whatever.
yeah. Oh, don't worry, y'all are still gonna go to dinner, but maybe after.
This was
Are we going to?
I
Are we
knew.
going to
I
dinner,
see
or are we
ramen,
about to
right?
have some
I mean, to be fair,
takeout?
she's sunk under the water multiple times.
Yeah, you saw him go
So, Nix.
like
Yeah.
before was breathing fine,
On
but
it
this
a
time
bunch of
like
times.
eyes closed, sunk down.
So, Nix, you find yourself in a place you have visited before in your dreams. Forest from where you're from. Everything seems normal. And a fire breaks out. And your forest is being consumed. You see an image of a tiefling woman standing in front of you. You can't make out her face. It appears that she has none. But you hear the words, "Find me." And a mouth appears on her face and she begins to talk, but you can't hear. Actually, give me a perception check to see how well you can hear this.
God heck. Freaking rolled a 2.
Oof.
So that's a 9.
Okay. See
Heck.
how much you hear.
Do I recognize the tiefling? Like color?
She is red with sort of like maroonish hair color and 4 horns going back very far. Her horns are black. And you can't make out many words, and she says, "Find me, Flame Queen." And then the flames around you cease, and she disappears. And above you, everything seems kind of like calm. You look up, and you see the face of a great wolf snarling above you and tacks downward at you. And you wake up.
And you're in 39's arms because that seemed like a very unusual dunk. So she got a little worried.
Oh
and
god, I
you
had
up.
so many words written if you had a good roll. I had like
My dragon.
I had a full
dragon dice
monologue.
failed
There was basically
me.
a full monologue you were gonna get to hear. But all
Maybe
you
if
hear
that happens again.
But all you hear is "Find me, Flame Queen."
Maybe I can try replicating.
And you see her mouth. You did see her mouth her name, but all you can make out was an R sound at the beginning.
Okay.
Nix?
Yeah.
Your eyes went funny.
Yeah, I'm okay. Just got dizzy from the heat, I think. Because we need more things going on. I think. I don't know if it's. I had a vision of some sort, but I don't know if it was real or not. I don't. It didn't give me enough context to. For me to.
Was there anyone speaking to you, or was it just imagery?
A red tiefling woman.
She spoke to you?
Vaguely, it was hard to hear.
That does not so much matter. What matters is that it was a direct link to you. If I cannot always be right, of course, but as one who is experienced at mind linking, usually it is important if you are being directly spoken to. Not always, but often.
She said, "Find me."
A red tiefling woman who says, "Find me." Anything else?
I think, there was. I'm assuming Fenrir, and I look over at Karina when I say that. Great wolf. The forest on fire. And the flame queen.
Had dreams.
Too many coincidences to be coincidences at this point.
Karina, can I ask you something?
Sure. When Karina admitted that she's dreamt as well, she meets Felicity's eyes. She never actually told Felicity what the dream was about entirely.
Yeah, Felicity.
Felicity not there.
Felicity had kind
I
of.
thought she
We'll
was
say that Felicity
saying.
kind of had staggered, kind of like when Kara left the sun in her hand. She was like, wait, and then, like kind of staggered after him back into the.
Okay,
room
so you're
with
back in the
everyone.
room. Okay.
So she's back in the room now.
Sure.
She's looking at Karina.
Is there any reason that someone would have cause to release Fenrir? Any parties that have been offended by the temple or somebody you worship?
There's a group that wants to. I don't know much about them. And she turns to Cullen. This isn't... He brings around destruction. Why would anyone want that loose on the world? That's a stupid question.
DM, I know we've talked about this lore before, but I can't remember if it was in or out of game. Is it well known that the Fey realm was destroyed?
I won't say well known. You know, Karaku, and Nyx definitely knows. But I don't think 39 would know. Rudo Shelf knows, but 39 I don't think he would have told you.
He's insinuated through some conversation.
That is correct. He's insinuated.
She is putting the pieces together.
Felicity doesn't know anything except that her mom's there.
Okay.
Rebuilding it, so.
Rebuilding it, so it's hinted at a lot, but Karaku, you and Nyx for sure, knew.
Okay. For example, I can think of one reason why someone would want to destroy this world as vengeance for destroying another.
That's a... But my...
These gods aren't normally associated with the Fae, I don't think.
Except for who destroyed the Fey realm.
Who destroyed the Fey realm?
The Fey realm's destroyed?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, bringing you up to speed, Colin, I forget. The Fey realm is destroyed.
I lose a lot in the in-between.
No, that's entirely fair, yes. Fey realm was destroyed a number of years ago. Felicity, I hope this is... Are you not aware of this?
I was only told that my mother was helping rebuild it when we arrived here, but that was the first I'd ever heard of it. Why?
Karina, do you know who destroyed the Fey realm? Because
Do
you
I?
should.
I would think I would, but I don't know. Do I, Cole?
Karina does not, and for the record, neither does Kendra, but your mom knows.
Why would we know?
Why
Because
should
both
we
your
know?
families seem to be tied to it.
My mother's not.
My mother does charity all the time.
The god of thunder is to blame.
What?
Thor destroyed the Fey realm.
For what purpose?
He's kind of... He has a temper.
I have
Is-
read.
That's putting it
Against
mildly.
Loki.
I've never...
Cullen, give me a history check. See if any of your memories come back to you.
I'm gonna use knowledge from a past life on this.
Yeah, boy.
Once I find that ability.
Use
that I
them
can mark it.
abilities.
There it is. Okay, pretty good. Was that history?
Mm-hmm.
24.
Nice.
Y'all ready for a big lore drop? So, Cullen, you vividly remember, it comes back to you as soon as you hear and the pieces come together. The reason you, Tierna, and Alvor went to go seal Fenrir is because one of the two Archfey unleashed Fenrir on Earth. And when you guys sealed him, Thor, in his anger, annihilated every Fey he could find. like, it happened, like, when Fenrir was unleashed. Like, before you guys sealed Fenrir, Thor went straight to the Fey realm. And you only know this because Freya herself appeared before Tyrna and told her what happened. So Cullen is the only person in this room who has met a god. Freya specifically. And
Speak for yourself, I am one.
and Freya did, and you remember these exact words Freya uttered to Tyrna. By the will of Thor, seal the beast.
Write that down.
So so to put in gist, Thor told Freya to send Tyrna and her companions to seal Fenrir while he killed every Fey he could.
Cool. Cullen's eyes, I think, go a little wide, and looks at Care. Says, "I think you might be onto something, lad. It's best if you all know this as well, especially you, Karina. The reason that I was involved with the sealing away of Fenrir was because Fenrir was unleashed upon the world by some Archfey. And before he had even made plans to seal Fenrir away again, Thor let his anger loose on the Feywild and the Fey specifically. Just massacred everything. And we were instructed that it was the will of Thor to seal Fenrir away. And we did. And most of us died in the process.
Legend says all evaded.
I mean, I died before the deed was done, so I didn't exactly get to see the end result.
And how many of
That's a good enough history check, I'll tell you.
in the party?
There were 5. And Cullen, you know for sure you died.
Yeah.
Alvor died, and you were watching Tyrna die as she was sinking the blade into his head.
Okay. Do I have memory of the final 2?
You do not.
Do I not? I do not. There were 5 of us in total. 3, including myself, I know for a fact died. Myself, Tyrna, and Alvor. I can't recall the other 2, though. But if they lived, they might know something about this. You said in your dream it was a red tiefling woman.
Hi.
Beckoning you to find her?
Yes. I tried to say her name, but I couldn't catch it. The roaring of the flames is too much.
Dreams are strange like that.
I wasn't expecting it either, or I might have been able to get more.
Yeah. If the dream just overtook you like that, very likely it's someone somewhere trying to tell you something.
I didn't recognize her, though. Why me?
Why any of us?
I don't know, it seems like most of you have some kind of reason for all of this. I can't think of any reason some tiefling is trying to bind me.
Who says it's just a tiefling?
Well, if it's more than that, it doesn't make any more sense either. I have no royalty in my backstory or any wild legends or anything like that.
Nyx.
That we know
There's no reason for her to find me.
In truth, there's no reason to find me. I'm a spare.
Okay.
But we are found. So now we have to do something about it, I think.
Well, there is one question that we haven't quite addressed yet. Or not addressed, but if Thor is who destroyed the Fey realm and sealed Fenrir, who are we against? Who would be on the opposite side of that spectrum who's trying to undo that? You said a world for a world, so who's a part of the other world?
I'm debating on if that was a good enough history check for Colin to remember which of the two Archfey.
I'll roll another one.
You want to?
I would love a name.
I'm wondering if I can give him any assistance. Like,
if it will,
yeah,
if
she
it'll
wasn't
make
a
it.
super studious kid, but she did read a lot of this.
You can make one too, Karina.
Actually, wait, Karina has
Or
a
any
book.
druid legends.
No,
about
Karina
when
has
this
a book.
happens?
Karina, if you want to give a history check too, you and Colin can both. You're the only two who. Oh, actually, Nyx, you might know.
I will say,
kind of
Karina
weird
has
legends in the mountains.
Karina has a book of legends and stories of the northern gods and heroes.
It's not my strong suit.
All three of you give me a history check.
Look, I'm proficient in history and religion. Oh, no,
You
not
know
religion,
nothing about these
history.
gods, though. We've already established that you know nothing about
I
this.
know. So many tens today. 14.
15.
23.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So, you know what? They rolled high enough too, but Colin, I'm gonna give you an extra little bonus. So, you all remember that the Archfey who unleashed Fenrir was once known as a god until it was revealed that he was an Archfey. Loki.
Of course.
Now, Cullen, a spark hits your mind, and you remember one name, and that the other one of the two, their names started with a specific letter. You remember Clamor, the bard, who accompanied you guys, and a name that starts with an R. You remember you called her Rev a lot.
It was Ruka.
Surprise!
To be clear,
she's playing two characters.
That's
quick.
That's
Rewrite.
Rev, not Red. R-E-V is the nickname you gave her. You were particularly fond of the girl. You can't remember what race she was, what she looked like. All you remember is a nickname. But Clamor you remember vividly. He was a very, very over-the-top bard where always wore a vest, a purple vest, had a blonde bob haircut, and was very, very flamboyant. He's PG-13 Scanlan. Also, he was a high elf.
You're saying it, so I'm going to write down, assuming it's important.
So you two, Karina and Nyx, you remember this story, and you're like, oh, or however you would react to that. Cullen, you also remember, and you also remember some names. So I'll let you guys decide what information you give.
Loki. He could be doing all of this.
And now I know why I am here.
Why?
Chaos.
Is Loki the wizard?
The god. The Fae? Archfey?
I
But there's
go
two,
where
right?
chaos goes.
Do I question at the temple still? Are there still acolytes of Loki?
No.
Because he was on the original list, and so
There are not anymore. It found out he's not a god, quote unquote, as you would know. He's an archfey.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to spare all of you asking. Nobody knows the identity of the other archfey.
Okay.
That one was more of like kept themselves hidden kind of archfey.
And this was only
I
like,
have
and all of
theories.
this, so historically, all of this happened like just 20 some odd years ago.
Your family did a very good job of keeping things quiet. Well, not just your family, several other families as well also did a good job of keeping things quiet.
Yeah, she says probably just that. Like, this all happened less than 20 years ago. Maybe a little more.
I was a teenager.
I know my grandmother died when I was an infant. She saw me once. That is the one story my mother tells consistently of her holding both my sister and I. She held us before she left.
There's a piece to this puzzle that doesn't fit.
Why, I have the sword and my sister doesn't. Why, we're involved at all. Yeah,
No,
about
sorry,
half a dozen.
No, you're right. I'm sorry, I'm zooming out. Why are the dragons so active? Why are we having dragon lords?
That's what I was thinking too.
Chaos?
Why?
Like 39 said.
Fae and dragons.
Are they in alliance?
Cole, having studied the enemy, would I be aware of any linkage?
You know Crotum in particular hates the Fae.
It is not likely that they are in an alliance. I think we have two problems happening at the same time.
What if Fenrir being released has nothing to do with the Fae? The cult, Cullen, that you talked of.
There's always a cult.
That, this morning. And, yeah, any of you watch, she is starting to say something and stopped herself.
39, you want to, and Cullen both, because you both would know these two things, because Cullen's been around forever. One last history check for the names of all the Dragon Lords.
16.
Okay.
I am gonna use my last knowledge from a past life on
There you go.
Need all those low drops.
This one's 250 years ago, so it's a higher. It's for you in particular, Cullen. It's a much higher DC than it is for 39.
Well, I got a 24 again.
I have to draw. I have to draw. Oh my lord! And I
rolled a 15 on every single one of those history checks.
I got it.
Plus a
39.
D6.
You know 3 names:
Okay.
Crotum, Arcos, the red dragon, who is the strongest, but the least well known, and one without a name, simply called the Dark One.
Ominous.
He's the black dragon.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Cullen, you know those 3 plus an additional 2. Kilokzul, as we've already established, the green dragon, and the only femme presenting of the 5 that we know of, no one really knows what the dark god does, Phala, the white dragon.
How do you spell that?
Faela.
That's what I was.
Not what I wrote.
I'll spell them all. Crotum is Krodem. Kilokzul is Kilak apostrophe Zul.
And how do you spell Phala?
Faela. And Arcos is Arkhos. And he's the big one. But he's been very... You know 39, because you know more about him in particular. He's never been seen since the failure to resurrect Tiamat. And red dragons have been very docile and not very numerous over the last 250 years. With the exception of 5 years ago, a couple of them showed up and then vanished again.
Do I
So
know,
Red Dra-
like, what were they doing, or...
Well, Felicity might know with some context clues about what Kylan and her sister were doing.
Got it.
Man, Cullen just made me spill all the tea.
Thank you, Colin.
You're welcome.
Felicity's not told anyone.
Yeah, so 39,
but
you have no
39
idea
saw-
why the Red Dragons have been showing up. And what y'all saw from Kylan was specifically silver.
Right.
And there are, as far as you guys know, there's not any dragon lords for the metallic or gem, but you can't rule it out.
As far as we know.
Mm-hmm. And y'all are still just in the spa.
Yeah, can Felicity make sure no one's, like, peeking in?
Yeah. But, so there you go, Cullen and 39. That's what y'all know about.
Yeah, 39 gives this sigh, but it's much more of a disappointed sigh than a, aw, dang, that's a lot of stuff sigh. It's like, fine.
Y'all thought it was all random, disconnected villains, but it could be all together. Or it could be all disconnected. Y'all don't know.
What a long path.
Been like an hour.
There are lots of different pieces to this.
Yes.
So,
Well-
what do we do first?
First thing I think we should do is, if you all don't mind me saying, there is a group in the area trying to break one of the seals. I think if we prevent them from doing that, fantastic. If we find who's trying to do it, might be able to get a little bit more information out of them.
This is my specialty.
I do have a next step.
No?
Hector is being sent on a dangerous mission. I intend to go aid him. There's someone outside of the city who is connected to all of this.
Corrigar told me as much as well.
One step.
One step in a direction, at least.
Okay. I don't want to sound selfish in this, but is there any chance that we can go about the rest of this day just normally?
I did promise
then
you
do-
dinner.
Promised all of us dinner, so maybe we have dinner, talk about topics not related to this, and try to ground ourselves outside of the confusion. We're going to need each other, and none of us can do that properly if we're all stuck in our own heads.
I actually need to go shopping. Sort of.
We can handle that before you guys leave.
Also,
I'll never say no to that.
but dinner is good too. So,
Especially if Kat's paying.
even better.
We can get them their own little separate table, Cat 39, so that you can't escape
Kara
the date
can tell
for
us all
them.
a story. Aren't bards supposed to be good at that?
I have a few.
I'm not quite sure what it means to be normal.
There's no
Well,
such
you know
thing.
what?
I was going to say stick with that.
It means
Yes,
going to a tavern
No.
and having dinner with friends and not talking about the end of the world or a trickster god deciding to attempt to destroy it, or other gods attempting to destroy other worlds, or killing anyone, or a wizard in a
Prophecy.
tower. I mean, if you want to talk about that, that probably is all right. Especially since
That's
you said
actually
he
closer
did
to
have
normal.
a good book collection.
We could talk about books or favorite flowers or stuff like that. Some simpler things that make what we're about to do worth it.
I'm convinced, but we're not eating at a tavern.
From the door you hear, I know of several fabulous restaurants, darlings.
I was just going to come ask you about that.
Oh, my dear, I know several. Not owned by me, don't worry, Felicity.
She doesn't acknowledge him.
Who is this?
The full body.
It's gold. It's gold.
Yeah,
oh, no, Amanda knows. Karina's never seen
met
him.
Oh,
Neither have I.
I'm Galadin Gold Glitter, dears. I'm Kylan's younger brother. And
Need a bath again.
yes, well,
Felicity chucks off her clothes and gets back in the water and
if you wish to try a
Dramatically.
restaurant, you could try the Glistening Wyvern. It's fantastic.
Anything not dragon related?
In this town, dear.
What is the dress
Surely
code?
you have something.
There's also the Fleeting Rabbit. It's it's not quite as fancy, but still very delicious.
I am
Either
limited
is
on
fine.
apparel.
Oh, we can fix that.
You say that 39, but a care package may have been dropped at your room without you knowing.
I love him. He's my favorite. Best creator ever.
Alright, so the plan is...
We'll fast track a little. You guys going back to your, if you guys don't mind, going back to the inn and changing 39. You do a very large care package, the beautiful dress in your favorite color.
She
A
smiles
gorgeous
softly to herself.
dress.
The plot thickens. The plot thickens.
Oh, you're not alone, Felicity. Ada has left you a very pretty dress.
Okay.
And the note says, Galadin told me you're going to dinner.
Okay.
We're fast tracking. Stuff happened. And,
This is why I love my armor. I don't need to buy anything.
so, which restaurant would y'all like to go to?
I'm alright with anything.
And a miracle, Cause is wearing a nice shirt. Cause is wearing a shirt.
Seeing the trepidation of the dragons, I would say the Fleeting Rabbit sounds the best, but...
I'm gonna say there's just a small knock on Nyx's door before.
I'll open it, and Nyx didn't say anything, but they also have no fancy clothes. Yeah. So instead of having the multiple layers of wool and leather and stuff, they've mostly essentially just stripped down to more of the bare stuff and hoping that it's all right.
I thought you might be like me and have limited clothing. I do have 2 dresses if you wanted to borrow one. And she has on her person right now, she has one that's kind of a really soft, a softer version of the red, like the deep red that she has. And it's got some small embroidery on it where the straps basically kind of hit. And then just a really simple, probably honestly one of her normal shirts that she might sleep in or something, but it's very simple. But nice and well made. And she has almost very similar to it, but it's in a very, very light shade of blue. I don't know if it'll fit, but
sure, I can make it work. Thank you.
I mean, you're fine if what you're wearing. I just didn't know. This has been. They're both clean. They've been in the bottom of my pack because I don't really use them much right now.
Yeah, I think the others, specifically Care, might appreciate it if I wear something
That's why I changed.
That might not have moss growing on it. So,
I like the moss. I'm gonna go
Step
finish
Wilbert's moss.
getting ready. And she like
Potentially could care have like walked out of his room at near the end of this conversation.
Sure.
Did somebody say refitting?
Maybe.
I had 2 dresses from before that I haven't worn in a few months, but they're clean, and I thought one matched Nyx's colors, so
They're beautiful from what I see.
they're simple, but nothing extravagant for sure.
Nyx, I'm not sure it would fit your form perfectly. Would you prefer a bit of help that way?
Sure.
Here we
Also,
go.
Note 39, when I say fancy, it's fancy by Rudolph shelf standards.
Oh crap!
Yeah, we're
Shoot.
screwed.
Okay.
It's a very fancy dress.
Okay.
She does think she's going on a date, so...
No, she's probably takes a look at it and goes, I might need to save this for later, because she's getting the vibe. It was the one that was less fancy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's gonna stick with what she's gotten herself, and she will put that dress away and save it for another time, because...
Dorman sitting basically kind of what I was trying to describe and doing a horrible job doing it. So
you're saving that for the fancy ball, 39?
Yeah, she's not wearing that to a semi-formal dinner.
Also, Felicity, your dress is just as simple, still pretty, but simple. It's one of Ada's dresses.
If there's a ball involved, definitely no one has told Nyx about it.
Wait, does that mean that it's like short on her?
It only like down, and it could like only a little. Also, Ada is known for wearing very high heels when she goes out with Kylan because she likes to be the same height as him.
Does she include a pair of heels? Because I'll take it as a challenge.
No, she did not include any of her heels, only her outfit.
Perfect.
Kylan's 6'3" person. She likes to be tall as him. It's that kind of relationship where she's like, haha. And he's like, I don't care, I like it.
Okay.
So, we'll fast track once again. Colin, what are you wearing to the dinner?
2 of us have lessened outfits.
Colin is honestly just wearing what he usually wears. He's got one outfit. He wakes up in it. He fights in it. He dies in it. He's buried in it. That's it.
Literally.
That thing's gotta smell so good.
So, Kaz is wearing a shirt.
Just clean it.
A shirt with ruffles. Because he didn't understand that it wasn't that fancy.
No, it's perfect.
But
So 39's probably waiting with Colin and Kaz, and she's just in this lavender peasant dress with a deep green corset with straps and purple floral designs on it. She probably would have unhooked it from the hike so that it's free-flowing, and she doesn't have any of her armor stuff on, so you can see there's almost this tattoo-like purple energy on her arms that are making kind of this arrowish design. And she's just wearing these ankle boots that are grayish and are kind of floppy.
So what you're saying is 39 likes purple.
Yeah.
I got you.
Ruka's like,
And
let
she
me get
really
my graphics.
she just doesn't know what she's going to do with her hair. She doesn't have time to do her big braids, so she's kind of just clumsily
So
tucked it
since
back.
we've gotten plenty of roleplay tonight, and it's getting towards the end, we'll say you guys sit down for dinner, have a lovely night just hanging out with each other. No huge revelations are made, nothing crazy happens, you just enjoy a meal among friends. Ada joins you, and so does Kaz. Kylan, so being healed, does not, and yeah, you just have a nice dinner. And next episode we will begin with yours and Hector's new quest. And that's going to do it for tonight, folks at home. Thank you for joining us for Chronicles of Ravira here on Lakeside Legendz, and we'll see you guys next time down by the lakeside.